Okay, I think we are live. Okay. Okay, so we got... Okay, so we're live, guys. Yeah, we're live, getting a bunch of messages, and we are good to go. And yeah, Ride the Liger just broke the record, fastest super chat or supercharge record before the stream even started. All right, and let's see how many people we have on here. Just want to zoom out of here. Okay, so it says 13 people. All right. Okay, what just happened? Okay, the call just ended with you. Okay, so the call just ended with not another revision. Okay, it's back on. Okay.
I'm back.
Okay, so we're back on. Okay, so 9/11 Revisionist is in the house right now, and just I'll go over some housekeeping first, and then we'll get right to the show. Okay, first let's just test out the audio. Everyone can hear me fine? Is the audio too low, too high? And 9/11 Revisionist, you wanna also just test out your audio? Just start talking.
Good day, everybody.
Alright,
Hope
guys.
you're ready for a nice little deep dive today.
Yeah, and how's the audio, guys? Is this audio good, or yeah, I think it should be a bit higher if you can make it somehow. I don't know how that works, but yeah, and almost like the stream. Yeah, and almost likes the stream. Yeah, here's talking a lot about China stuff. That'll be for another stream. Let's keep this 9/11 stuff. All right, Rotary Motion says perfect. Let's go, baby. Yeah, Rotary, and thanks for sending me that Ashton Forbes stuff. That was pretty ridiculous. The guys going wild. Look at Param Runnings in the house. Happy Saturday, everyone. All right, guys, and yeah, so here is, as always, the link. I'll just do some housekeeping, then I'll introduce the man who doesn't need an introduction anymore. Okay, and yeah, so here's the link to the video notes, as always, guys, and as always, you can donate. Go to MES Links right here, mes.fm/links, and you see a whole bunch of links, everything there, and I have a giant list with the 9/11 stuff, all the important stuff, especially like the one where I was calling out Richard Gage. That's a good one too. So if you write Gage in here, you should find right here. Okay, Richard Gage. It's right here. MES confronting disinfo agent Richard Gage. So you can click that and watch me call him out. All right, Timothy Sullivan's in the house. Hi, Tim. We've got 2 super fans already, and then we have some of the emojis that Pam running is showing. That's epic stuff. All right, guys, and as always, go to yeah. So there's MES links as always. We're gonna put a bunch of links everywhere. Oh, did I put the link here? I don't think I. Oh, yeah, I put the link there. So. Okay, Joe Lafiama is here. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. So, yeah, we're getting just a whole bunch of people here. Also, guys, always go to MES Links. Everything will be there. And then also donate, mes.fm/donate right here. You can do donate PayPal, Superfan, and become a Superfan, guys. And you get custom emojis and so on. Okay, Anomalous says huge W. Epic stuff here. And I'm just putting a bunch of links. Guys, make sure to donate PayPal, crypto, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And also donate to 9/11 Revisionist. Buy him a coffee or a subscription for multiple coffees per month. All right, guys, and
I love my coffee.
Yeah, he likes his coffee and gold bars. So, guys, buy him some gold bars. Okay, we have the emojis right there. Pam Running showing the custom emojis. Let's go. Okay, those are the MES emojis. All right, and let's see. The next setup is okay. So donate 9/11 Revisionist. Do that. So MES plus 9/11 Revisionist is the new Richard D. Hall and Andrew Johnson. Let's go. All right, and okay, so another thing I was going to show is that Truth's Protective Layers, just to get the stream going. So we have, the title was 9/11 Truth's Protective Layers, and I actually want to play this, and then we'll get to your stuff, 9/11 Revisionist. Okay, Hector Gomez is in the house. Okay, I'm going to play this right here. So I got that quote from this one right here from Neil Armstrong's supposed first person to land on the moon, and okay, so yeah, first person to land on the moon. He says that yeah, so he had a cryptic speech right in the 25th anniversary. This was, I believe, in somewhere in the 1990s, and he was saying that they wanna. Let's just listen to what he says.
On the 25th anniversary of the event in 1994. Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you we say, we have only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
He
All right, so guys, so breakthrough is available to those who can remove truth's protective layers. All right, and without further ado, guys, my guest is 9/11 Revisionist. He's got a presentation for us. It's going to be on 9/11 truth's protective layers and so on. And basically, there's a whole giant network trying to suppress the real truth of 9/11, which is the towers turned to dust, and first uncovered by Dr. Judy Wood. So yeah, 9/11. You want to take it away? You want to introduce your info and so on?
Yeah, basically. Okay, are we ready to roll?
Yeah, we're ready to roll. I'm going to also open up the, this is the Word document. Is it okay if I share it, because I'm sharing it right now?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so this is going to be everything here. Oh, That's Life is in the house. Let's go. Yeah, That's Life just donated another €4 or whatever that is. It's epic stuff. Thanks a lot. And guys, if you guys want to follow along the notes he has. So he made a PDF notes, and I also put a OneDrive of like a 1 gig of files that he sent as well. A lot of it's going to be in here, but he's updated for 2 gigs now, but a lot of videos, documents are in there. And also this document shows what he's going to go over and how many minutes it's going to take and so on. So he's got literally tons and tons of stuff. He was initially planning to do 24 hours straight. I said, let's try to get 3 hours. And so we'll see if we can do that. All right. And yeah, take it away.
No, okay, everybody. So it's been 23 years since 9/11 happened, and there's a lot of people out there that still actually don't really have an idea of what happened. And so I want to play a short little clip. This is something that pretty much hit home, because anybody under the age of 35 were too young on the day or weren't even born yet, and especially. Just before the 21st anniversary, I saw this little interview with college students, and it basically rattled me to my core with regards to how little American kids know about one of the most prolific attacks on US soil. So let's listen to a quick 4-minute clip here with a bunch of college students being asked about 9/11 or what the big anniversary was going to be the coming weekend. And whilst you're watching it, I would love you guys to also just punch down in the comments or just comment what you've learned or what you believe the 9/11 story to be. If you're watching this replay, just drop it in the comments so that we can see whether or not you're going to be learning anything out of this whole presentation tonight with regards to how people are keeping you away from knowing what's in this book and the evidence that it basically discusses that nobody's been able to refute since it got printed around about 12 years ago. So without further ado, let's listen to these college students and hear what the hell they know about 9/11.
So do you know what major anniversary is coming up this weekend?
I do not know.
No, I don't think so.
I am definitely not really sure what's going on this weekend.
I have no idea.
This coming weekend, not Labor Day.
Yeah.
Do not.
I do not.
No.
Not off the top of my head.
No, I'm not aware.
No, we do not personally. Nope.
Who attacked us on 9/11?
Who attacked us? What's the group called?
ISIS.
ISIS, yeah.
A terrorist. I don't know the exact name. I forgot.
Okay.
I don't want to say the wrong. Iraq? Afghanistan?
It was, I believe, a group of terrorists that hijacked a few planes, flew them into the Twin Towers.
Osama bin Laden.
It was the terrorist group, yeah.
Okay. And do you know like what terrorist group?
Not specifically.
Dude,
no.
hold on, I just gotta think. 1 second.
Oh yeah.
I did know, I did. We were taught this.
Do you know who attacked us on 9/11?
Very loosely, not really.
Oh my god, I'm blanking on
Osama bin Laden and the terrorist group.
Yeah, it's a terrorist group. I just can't remember.
Do you know why they attacked us? Like what was their reasoning for attacking us?
I don't know necessarily the reason. I mean, they're just considered a terrorist group. I guess that's all we really have on that.
I personally have no idea.
Was it a retaliation of someone who was president at the time, like Bush?
Revenge.
For?
I don't know, the war they had back then. I guess to terrorize, I don't know, I guess.
Probably not.
We try to bring our country down, I guess. Because one of the reasons for that, trying to cause chaos.
Wasn't born then.
I don't know. I really don't know.
It was kind of a, what's it called? They're trying to save kind of morals and everything, so something like that.
We believe over wars and things that people had going on between the both countries.
I don't know. I know they were just like extremists or something about the government. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think that schools, generally speaking, are doing a good enough job of teaching students about the importance of this anniversary and the significance of what happened that day?
Not really. I remember only being taught about it twice, once in like 5th grade, the second time in 9th grade, and since then I haven't really heard much at all about it. So yeah, I feel like you can see I forgot everything, so they probably should, teach just a little bit more about what happened and why it's so important.
I think it for sure can be improved on. I think it's just like taught as it happened and we should just know that it happened, which is so unfortunate. Like right now, like I can't give you a full-on answer about the event, which is honestly quite tragic.
They don't really teach about it, and like doing this interview kind of like shows me like how little I actually knew about it. It's kind of scary because it was such like a huge event that still is affecting the U.S.
I suppose not, given I don't know, so I guess not.
I personally don't think so, because I have no idea really the reasoning behind it. I haven't really heard of it much outside of like the anniversary of 9/11. So I feel like high schools aren't really doing much to educate the students.
I kind of think there's a big issue of it becoming like moral panic in a way to marginalize a group of people.
I don't believe so. We are currently too focused about the political correctness.
So do you know what major anniversary?
No, so that's rather shocking, especially if you think that it's one of the biggest events in modern history, and especially in the 20th century, for what we saw happen to those buildings. Now, the plan was, with me, I basically started interacting with all these truther poobah organizations like Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, popped into a couple of Zoom calls with guys like Jonathan Cole, David Chandler, all the 9/11, if you could call it, truther celebrities, and ended up asking them a bunch of questions that are discussed in Dr. Wood's book, like the seismic readings, the Earth's magnetic field, Hurricane Erin, and a whole bunch of different stuff, and they couldn't really answer a lot of those questions. So at one stage, they basically said, oh, we're too busy. We can maybe slot you in April so that we can have the discussion on due. And that is what my basic plan was, because I was interacting with the 9/11 War Room. That's a guy who does a weekly podcast information session every Sunday. And it's basically a echo chamber for all the thermite and architects for an engineered truths safe padded playroom where they are just sitting in that echo chamber. I also took on Boston 9/11. TAP is a Truth Action Project. They basically started with information with regards to 9/11. We'll go into them a little bit later. And then another organization called Colorado 9/11 Truth. So the whole plan was to basically put them on the spot where they had to listen to the evidence that she presents, evidence that Architects for Engineered Truth and Richard Gage never has touched upon. And he's basically also, since 2005, 2007, no, it's 2007 when Dr. Wood filed a QTAM case and Dr. Morgan Reynolds filed his QTAM case. Dr. Wood basically discussed the events at the World Trade Center, and Dr. Morgan Reynolds was taking on the same NIST subcontractors for the fraudulent plane impact studies done. So the issue is, if there are people that start looking into 9/11 right now and they end up in these echo chambers with these thermite groupies, if you want to call them that, then they'll be led astray. So what we're going to do in this presentation is we'll be approaching it from a perception management angle, and then I'll share some evidence showing why explosive thermites, nukes, and all of that wasn't in play. We're going to show the interactions with all of these people, and we'll also go into how they discount evidence that their theories cannot explain. So this is going to be a deep dive. We are going to be busy for around about 3 hours. So let's just say for the thermite groupies and all the truther celebrities, when they watch this replay and all of that, this is for you guys to hopefully open up your eyes to see where your shortcomings are, because you've got to just keep something in mind. A storm is coming because people are starting to see through the multi-layered cover-up, which is 9/11. So I'm quickly want to just go through where you guys can find all of my stuff. So this is my little Substack. I've got 70 articles so far. Just go through them. I started around about a year or so ago. There's a lot of information there that you can use. So please give that a look. See, then with regards to my Odyssey channel, you will see I've got over 500 videos, and also go look at the playlists, because the playlists are set up in such a manner with all the various talking points and videos and stuff, and it's very easily downloadable. What I've also done so far is I've created well, where's my playlist, man? I've created 3 little videos or documentary movies, and if you go check them out, this one, Power Patterns and Identification, that basically gives you a little bit of an idea of all the technology out there and the history with regards to the build-up to 9/11. And 9/11, a plain story uncensored, is just some of the information that I collated with a bunch of different documentaries, put that into a documentary that just shows you that planes weren't in play. And then my 9/11 Truth Greatest Hits, that's all my interactions in 2023 with these POOBAR organizations, where I ask the question, they give their half-baked answer, and then with video evidence I prove that they are absolutely full of it. And then you can also find me on Rumble. My okay, yeah. So I've got a couple of videos here, but the bulk of my work is on Odyssey. I'm slowly but surely, as I'm doing new videos and stuff, I'm putting it onto Rumble. And then it is absolutely pointless really wanting to share truth in a way on YouTube, because this is my 3rd channel. Every time you mention something about the flights on the day, they either flag it for hate speech or they just ban you completely. So that's my 3rd channel. I've only recently started uploading to this channel. So once again, always fall back to my Odyssey channel. And then lastly, you guys can also find me on X. I'm having a lot of fun here with waking people up with regards to 9/11. Especially this week, we've been taking on a very big X guy who runs well, what's his story? Illuminati bot. This guy's got 1.7 million followers, and he just shares disinformation. He shared Dr. Wood's book. He's shared 1 or 2 memes of her stating that she's a whistleblower that doesn't get onto the news, but he is fully pushing the thermite and the architects for engineered truths disinformation. So it's time that you guys also just start taking people on and educating them on where they are completely and utterly incorrect. And then lastly, as we mentioned, please go buy me a cup of coffee. I really like coffee. I need coffee. It's late in South Africa at the moment, so I need to stay up late in order to interact with people in America and all of that on a real-time basis. Otherwise, it just doesn't help to post to X that doesn't really get shared that often or gets the interaction that you need, because my X is definitely shadow banned. So now I just want to get to something that I found the other day, and it's very interesting with all the new tech and the AI and everything that's coming in. I found a platform where it's basically text to video. So you can put in a short little story, I think it's 3,600 characters, and then the AI makes you a video. So what I basically did is I wrote 3 little stories with regards to what happened on 9/11 as a what's the right English word now? Hypothetical scenario with regards to something similar that happened on 9/11, and it actually punched out a very, very interesting short video. So I want to play that for you guys now, and just drop in the comments what you think of it, because I think it's really good, and it's crazy to think that this might just be the future of making videos and stuff. I think if you buy the subscription and stuff, it can make actually full length movies for you that's running for like an hour and a half. So this is just a short little 8-minute clip, but I think you guys might find it very, very interesting. So let's just have a quick listen.
In the early hours of a seemingly ordinary day, the bustling city of New York wakes to a morning that will etch itself into the annals of history. A day that will forever change the perception of reality for all who bear witness to its events. As the sun casts its first light upon the city, rogue elements within the US government are setting the stage for an elaborate spectacle of fear. Their tools? Advanced 3-dimensional volumetric projection technology and a chilling directed energy weapon. Their target? A towering 100-story building in the heart of the city. A commercial jetliner suddenly appears in the sky, soaring towards the building. It's a sight that sends shivers down the spines of onlookers. A throwback to a tragedy from 2 decades ago. But all is not as it seems. The jetliner isn't real. It's a 3-dimensional projection, an illusion designed to deceive and instill fear. As the phantom plane strikes the building, an explosion erupts. A blinding ball of fire engulfs the top floors, sending a shockwave through the city. The crowd below watches in horror, their hearts pounding in their chests. But this is just the beginning of the macabre performance. Unseen to the naked eye, a directed energy weapon begins its cold, calculated assault on the structure. It operates silently, invisibly, disrupting the bonds of matter within the building. This isn't a weapon of destruction, it's a weapon of disintegration. An hour ticks by since the initial explosion. The building, once a symbol of human achievement, starts to disintegrate. From the top down, it turns to dust in an alarming 12 seconds. 100 stories of steel and concrete reduced to nothing more than a cloud of debris. As the dust settles, the city is left in a state of shock and confusion. What just happened? How could a building simply disintegrate? The truth, hidden behind layers of deception, is far more sinister than anyone could imagine. In summary, rogue elements within the US government executed a fake terror attack. They used advanced technology to project a 3-dimensional image of a jetliner and a directed energy weapon to disintegrate a building. This elaborate hoax, played out in the heart of New York City, served as a chilling reminder that not everything we perceive is rooted in reality. In the aftermath of the disintegration, the city is plunged into chaos. The once towering building, now a cascade of dust and debris, leaves a void against the iconic skyline. The city's heart skips a beat, its rhythm disrupted by the shock of the unexpected catastrophe. Screams echo through the streets as fear grips the onlookers, their faces mirroring the horror of the spectacle. Cars, once gleaming under the city's lights, are now burnt-out husks, victims of the destructive energy wave that swept across the city. But as the dust settles, a different breed of predator emerges from the shadows. Disinformation agents move swiftly, weaving intricate tales of planted bombs, thermite, and even nuclear attacks. Their words, calculated and persuasive, start to plant seeds of doubt in the minds of the shell-shocked population. The city is left in a state of shock and confusion, the truth obscured by a thick layer of lies and deception. The waters are muddied, the path to the truth is convoluted, and the real perpetrators remain hidden, their secrets protected by an elaborate veil of deception.
Have you ever wondered how a 100-story building can turn to dust in a matter of seconds? Is it possible that the technology we know and understand is just the tip of an iceberg, hiding a vast expanse of exotic, unimaginable weaponry beneath its surface? Today, we delve into a theory that suggests exactly that. Imagine New York City, the heart of the global economy, the embodiment of capitalism. A 100-story building stands tall, housing thousands of people, millions of dreams, and countless secrets. Then, out of nowhere, a commercial jetliner appears in the sky. It crashes into the building, causing an explosion that reverberates through the city. But here's the twist. The jetliner didn't exist. It was a three-dimensional volumetric projection, a hologram created by rogue elements within the US government. The building didn't collapse due to the impact of the plane or the fire that ensued. It was a directed energy weapon, an upscaled device working on principles similar to the Hutchison effect that slowly disrupted the molecular bonds of the building. An hour after the initial explosion, the building disintegrates from the top down in about 12 seconds. Steel, concrete, office furniture, everything turns into a molecular sea of dust. An avalanche of dust pours out of the building, creating a sight that is as terrifying as it is mesmerizing. But the plot thickens. The orchestrators of this false flag attack knew that people would question the mainstream narrative. They knew that the idea of a plane's jet fuel weakening the steel structure of a building would meet with skepticism. So they had a plan. Enter the disinformation agents. Their job, to confuse and distract. To make it difficult for people to arrive at a truthful conclusion, they countered the government narrative with theories of pre-planted bombs, thermite, nanothermite, super nanothermite, and even mini or buried nukes. They conveniently ignored the 6 survivors between floors 2 and 22. The stage was set. The public was left to argue over competing theories, each more outrageous than the last. All the while, the conclusive body of evidence pointing towards the use of exotic weaponry was ignored. The truth, it seems, is often stranger than fiction. The question we are left with is this: if such advanced technology exists in secret, what else might they be hiding from us? And more importantly, what will they use it for next? It's a chilling thought, but one that we must confront if we are to understand the world we live in. As we continue to question, to search for truth in the sea of misinformation, remember, not everything is as it seems.
Have you ever considered the untapped potential of the technology used on September 11th, 2001? It's a thought that might not have crossed your mind, but perhaps it should. For those who are unaware, this technology has the potential for something far greater than its destructive capabilities. It could be the key to a clean energy future. Picture this: the same technology that was used to cause the devastating molecular dissociation of the Twin Towers could be harnessed to provide the entire world with clean, effortless energy. A daunting prospect indeed, but also one that is enticingly promising. Imagine a world where the scarcity of resources is a thing of the past, where the chains of oil, coal, nuclear, and even renewable energies no longer bind us. This could be our reality if we choose to expose and explore this technology. Of course, there are those who would rather this technology remains hidden. Those who stand to lose their power and control over the masses if this technology comes to light. These are the same people who would perpetuate the narrative that the events of September 11th were a result of jet fuel, explosives, thermite, or even mini nukes. Yet, the evidence suggests something far more advanced. We're talking about Black Ops technology, directed energy weapons, the kind of technology that can turn skyscrapers to dust live on television. It might sound insane, but remember, we're dealing with a group willing to go to extraordinary lengths to maintain control. In the end, it's not about pulling off a grand deception or elaborate cover-up. It's about bluffing. It's about hoping that people will be too apathetic or too overwhelmed to question the narrative, to look beyond the smoke and mirrors and see the potential that lies within this technology. But here's the truth. The technology behind the events of September 11th, 2001 is not just about destruction. It's about the potential for creation, for providing the world with a clean, abundant energy source that could revolutionize our society. So, what does this all mean? It means that we have an opportunity to expose this technology, to harness its potential, and to break free from the chains of our current energy paradigm. It's a daunting task, but it's one that holds the promise of a cleaner, brighter future for all.
Now, isn't that awesome? That is plain text to video and a narrator and everything. So you can make 3 videos for free as a test, and then decide whether or not you want to sign up. So MES, I think you shared the link. So guys, go try it out.
Yeah.
And see what the AI churns out for you.
Yeah, I did.
So
I did
I was
share it.
really impressed with it.
I shared it also in the chat as well. The link.
Okay.
So they can
Awesome.
go.
Because I'm not watching the live stream. Now, to get back to the events of 9/11 and the way that people's perception were managed, never mind the people just in the truth movement, but people in general. So I would like everybody to repeat after me. My perception will never be managed. I will never allow my thinking to be outsourced during a traumatic event. False flags do not happen. Fake truthers do not infiltrate the truth movement to lead truth seekers astray. There is no need for me to do my own research. I just need to listen to the other people who claim to know the truth. My government loves me and will never lie to me. There are 3 issues most people have when faced with the truth regarding the events of 9/11. Problem-solving skills, groupthink, and they just can't handle the implications. And even on the day of 9/11, agents were already put into play to keep you from thinking and outsourcing and planting a narrative, because the first, what's the word now? First impressions last. So just also keep an eye on the guy in the background, the man in black.
Down. We want to bring in Mark Walsh, who's a freelancer for Fox. You live just a few blocks away and witnessed.
Dude, I live on the 43rd floor of a building, which is 5 blocks from the World Trade Center itself. I witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end.
People talk about how it looked like a movie. I know when I came walking down here early this morning and saw both towers on fire and people on every street corner, it was like a movie. But you watched the planes hit the towers.
I was watching with my roommate. It was approximately several minutes after the first plane had hit. I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just ream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
But the upper section, which appeared to be nothing but steel and dust, fell freely in each case. We also agree that the fires in the buildings, whether driven by jet fuel or office furnishings, could not have melted the steel structure. NIST made the point that in no instance did they report that steel in the World Trade Center towers melted due to the fires. The melting point of steel is about 1,500 degrees Celsius. Normal building fires and hydrocarbon fires generate temperatures much lower than that. In other words, diffuse hydrocarbon fires, such as these, cannot produce temperatures high enough to melt steel. Each tower had 236 super-strength steel box columns, making up the perimeter wall, and this was built around a core of 47 massive steel columns. The floor decking ran between in a staggered arrangement. To reduce the effects of fire, all of this steel structure was coated with a spray-applied fireproofing material before the buildings were occupied. And in the aircraft impact zones, this fireproofing was upgraded in just the few years before 9/11. The theory that was claimed to be the most probable root cause for many years, called the pancake theory, in which the floors pancake down upon each other, is no longer supported by NIST. It's really no longer supported by anyone. And since 2004, when my former company did test models of the floor assemblies, the pancake theory has no longer been viable.
Underwriters lab who made 2 half-scale models and 2 full-scale models of entire floor spans. They set them on fire, cooked them for twice as long at twice the temperature, Fahrenheit, and none of them failed to support load. Yet they signed off on a report saying that fire did it. That's fraud.
I've got a shortened version of my talk, why the NIST World Trade Center reports are false. Basically, it's about why they're false and unscientific. So today I will discuss evidence related to the official investigations conducted by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, whose reports comprise the final official explanation for what happened at the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. Before we get to the reports, however, let me mention that the first pertinent point to consider is the low probability that the only 3 instances of a skyscraper suffering global collapse due to fire occurred all on the same day in the same place. There have been many raging building fires, much worse than existed in any of the World Trade Center buildings, but no global collapse has ever resulted from those fires. We can see from these photos that the towers appeared to have exploded, starting at the top and then going all the way down. At the top of each tower, the debris appeared to shoot upward and outward, as much of the solid structure turned to dust. This is counterintuitive to the idea that the building was being crushed downward. Many of us have asked ourselves, is this what it looks like when a building is softened or weakened from fire?
At the beginning of its final destruction, World Trade Center 2 tips or twists to the east, but turns to dust before hitting the ground. The tipping top falsifies the claims by NIST that it was an inevitable collapse.
If the leaning top had fallen as a rigid block, it would have landed on World Trade Center 4. When we look, it is not there. Not only is it not there, but neither is the main body of World Trade Center 4 itself.
That was a big aha moment for me about the tipping top. It looks like it stops tipping, and it looks like it goes straight down. Well, if you look at angular momentum, and you're going to obey the laws of physics, it does. But what it does is prove that the building is no longer a rigid body. You know, the whole thing, tipping, has angular momentum, but if suddenly all of that top portion turns into little itty-bitty specks of dust, each one can keep rotating. So the whole thing doesn't continue rotating as a rigid body, but each of the little specks rotates. And that way it conserves angular momentum and doesn't violate the laws of physics. So that's a way of proving that the top turned to dust.
In this video, we can see that some of the core columns survive the rest of the building being peeled away from it like a banana, but then these core columns themselves turn to dust before our eyes.
Okay, so with regards to the spire that you see there turning into dust, MES and I collaborated on a video where we basically show the whole narrative that architects for engineered truth and all the other poobah guys who tried to claim that you had dust settle on the steel spire, giving you the illusion that it's turning into dust. Just to counter that completely. So that was a very, very good 5-minute video that we created on MES. If you've got a link for it, just put it in the comment section, because I wanted to show it, but we need to keep this down to around about 3 hours.
Yeah, the Spire one. Yeah, I'll put a link.
Yeah, the Spire one that you made, that was complete and very, very epic. Now, the gentleman who was speaking there, who was a whistleblower for Underwriter Labs, is also a little bit short-sighted, because what that guy's done is he's pointed out, and he's actually mentioned that the buildings were turning to dust. But he's in the camp along with Architects for Engineered Truth, and he's now joined forces, and he's part of the International Center for 9/11 Justice. I call them the 9/11 Center for Justice Suppression. We'll get to them later in the presentation, but just keep in mind he was sharing very good information. But again, Underwriters Labs did a experiment with fire, and it still kept its load. So, but they signed off that the buildings disintegrated due to heat, and that's completely and utterly bunk. So now I've also been going through the motions of listening to other truthers and people you see or keep in a high regard through the years. And I initially also thought, thermite is the thing in 2011 when I started looking into 9/11, and it looked good. And then later some of the guys talked about the nukes, and I said, maybe, possibly, but I don't really think so, until I saw Dr. Wood's 2012 presentation, and then everything just gelled. Now, something that you will see with most of these so-called truthers that are in the thermite camp, or the explosions, or this and that, nobody and none of them have ever bothered to actually read the book, because industry has been created to keep people away from looking at the evidence presented. People always attack Dr. Wood with ad hominems and attack her character or whatever, but none of them have been able to refute any of the evidence that she presents. One of those truthers that I've been following for many years, and I do hold him on high regard, but when it comes to 9/11, he outsourced his thinking to Architects for Engineered Truth. He did great work with regards to the fluff and the bluff and the distraction around 9/11, instead of focusing on the implications of the destructive mechanism of the buildings, because that is where the important thing lies. Because as soon as you can figure out who basically did or pushed the button with regards to this technology, then obviously you can take the people to task. But anybody stating, they did it, or they did it, or they did it, or they did it, is just basically a conspiracy theory. They can be suspects. But a lot of that narrative has been put into play to distract people away from actually thinking about what they saw happen to 210-story buildings. Never mind the anomalies with buildings 3, 4, 5, and 6. So with regards to a guy that has done great work on 9/11, everybody most probably knows James Corbett. He's done those 3 documentaries around the fluff and the bluff and everything. But recently, he's kind of like copped to the fact that maybe he should have been less dismissive to the work of Dr. Wood. And let's just have a quick listen.
And, well, let's find out what's really going on. And I'm certainly interested in hearing more about the various investigations, arson and otherwise, into the real origins of these.
Meanwhile, James, back in California, Mark Crispin Miller's actually recently been talking about those weird wildfires from a couple of years ago. One of his recent posts. How could they be forest fires if the forests weren't on fire? Again, if you saw the pictures of maybe the houses burned down but the trees didn't, or vice versa, just really strange looking photos, again, that bring up lots of speculation about directed energy weapons that I would have said no way to when it's Judy Wood 20 years ago and 9/11, but I don't think we can throw out any of the questions anymore, James.
So Pasquale fell from the 22nd floor onto that ledge that you can see. He wasn't blasted to bits. He didn't have molten metal raining down on him.
A second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky.
They had to have enough explosive force to take out not only the core columns, but the floors and everything else in the building.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, the implications of the petition that you have signed are, if you'll excuse the pun, quite explosive, insofar as they do posit a fundamentally different narrative of 9/11 than the one that we've been told all of this time. And obviously, this hinges on an extremely important detail. I suppose you could call it a detail, whether or not these buildings were taken down as the result of a controlled demolition. But as I've said over and over and over again on my podcast, I am perfectly happy to let all of the people who want to continue their internecine squabbles over the demolitions of the buildings and to concentrate on that 100% as if 9/11 truth equals the buildings. And I will continue to concentrate on all of the other aspects of 9/11. And if that is the case, if we can establish that scientifically, that does fundamentally change the narrative of who was involved and what the government knew and what has taken place in the meantime. I have recommended hundreds of books over the years. I think after 13 years of waiting for Amy Goodman or some other reporter to descend from the heavens and offer this information to the public, I think at this point we can pretty much determine who's going to talk about this topic and who isn't. We do not need any of these outlets. And that's not to say that we can't celebrate the good work that they do and use the good work that they do. They do some good work, so let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, but let's just not rely on them for reporting about 9/11. Have you read Dr. Judy Wood's book, Where Did the Towers Go? What caused steel-reinforced concrete, office furniture, filing cabinets, computers, toilets, basins, and people to turn to dust? Why were so many cars so strangely toasted?
Again, if you saw the pictures of maybe the houses burned down but the trees didn't, or vice versa, just really strange looking photos, again, that bring up lots of speculation about directed energy weapons that I would have said no way to when it's Judy Wood 20 years ago and 9/11, but I don't think we can throw out any of the questions anymore, James.
"500 pages of meticulous evidence.
So I think old James Corbett needs to do a bit of a reading. There's a book that he hasn't had under eyes. So Yeah, I love the guy. He's done some excellent work, but he's got a really, really, really big blind spot when it comes to 9/11, because you should always listen to all points of view and then decide for yourself who's got the most or the strongest points raised with regards to something. So the next person that I wanted to discuss is Dave Von Kleist. He is the person who made the 9/11 in Plain Sight movie many years ago, and that was really good and got people to think about the fact that the government was lying. He's also the gentleman who brought in the whole discussion with regards to the pods underneath the planes, and that was a rabbit hole all in itself, and that's been later debunked feverishly. But he's recently come back onto the scene, and he was interviewed by Boston 9/11 Truth, had a conversation with them. We'll listen to a quick snippet of what he had to say with regards to the Truther movement shortly. But for now, I made a short little mix of him. So when you see the younger him of 19 years ago, you'll most probably remember his documentary that he made. So let's just quickly go through this. I think you guys will enjoy it.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty.
On September 11th, 2001, 4 events occurred within an hour and 15 minutes of one another. The first event occurred at 8:45 Eastern Standard Time when American Airlines Flight 11 hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. And then 18 minutes later, at 9:03 Eastern Time, United Airlines Flight 175 slammed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. And then at 9:43, it was reported that American Airlines Flight 77 had hit the Pentagon. And then finally, at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, United Airlines Flight 93 crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Now, unless this is one incredible coincidence, is it not safe to assume that all 4 of these events are inescapably married to one another? And is it not also safe to assume that if you find one person involved or a party involved with one of these events, they're probably involved in all of them? Well, following this train of thought, since there was no credible claim of responsibility, is it not safe to assume that those involved or those parties involved or agencies or groups that were involved in the events of 9/11 would do anything that they can to obfuscate, distract, or distort or cover up any information that might lead to their discovery? And if that's true, is it not also safe to assume that if you find somebody, a group, an agency, a party that is involved in the obfuscation, distraction, distortion, or cover-up of any information involved in any of the events of 9/11, does it not indicate possible involvement and even guilt in the events of 9/11?
Applied Research Associates, and they also do, if you look at their website, research into directed energy weapons systems and components.
They used to have these 2 photos on their website, and you can still pull them up using Wayback Machine. There's a capture in 2007, and this first one seems to display their capacity to bring about destruction of an urban setting, similar to the World Trade Center complex. The silver building in the background eerily resembles World Trade Center 3, which is the Marriott Hotel. And the beige-colored building to the right looks a lot like Building 7, which was dustifying all day long, but had smoke coming out of the windows on one face of the building only. A strange phenomenon that also seems to be depicted here. Now, in this other photo, we have the Twin Towers and Building 7 and the other World Trade Center buildings that were destroyed. They're glowing kind of orangey red in this photo, as if they're being radiated with some sort of directed energy. So there's a pretty interesting quote on their weapons development, testing, and effects page. ARA also has a current initiative to grow our non-kinetic weapons business area, including directed energy weapons and non-lethal weapons, by leveraging our broad experience base in conventional weapons and senior engineering staff with a long history supporting major government programs.
Another company that was used in the production of the World Trade Center reports was Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC. They were in charge of ground zero security, and this company also, which is a big defense contractor, does research into directed energy weapons systems. So you've got these two companies involved in producing World Trade Center technical reports. And again, what does that tell you? I leave you to draw your own conclusions.
So I'm just going to read to you a bit from Dr. Judy Wood's affidavit in opposition to defendant SAIC. The destructive process clearly seen involves pulverization on a nearly instantaneous basis, not a collapse of steel upon steel. SAIC is complicit with the NIST report in calling this a collapse. This is fraud. They know better. SAIC must be compelled to address the issues, provide documents on, and submit to depositions about the cleanup procedure evident since the beginning. From day one, the cleanup process has been consistent with the cleanup of the use of directed energy weapons. So Boeing was also listed as a cooperating organization on the NIST report, and we know that they were all Boeing planes that day. We also know that Boeing is a big manufacturer and supporter of directed energy weapons. So, yeah.
Okay, so what did Dave von Kleist have to say during his recent interview with Boston 9/11 Truth on the Truth and Movement, and why he basically just left the whole conversation many years ago? This is rather interesting, so let's quickly give it a go and listening to.
And my personal experience with that, for instance, right after 9/11 In Plain Sight came out, I don't know if many of you remember Jimmy Walters. He was a philanthropist, and he put up a bunch of money. He bought, 1,000 copies of 9/11 In Plain Sight and was distributing them. He put together a couple of symposiums that I was flown in. Let me see, we did one in Miami and one in Tampa, I believe it was. And there was me, there was William Rodriguez, Erich Hufschmid, George Nelson, Colonel George Nelson, and what was his name? Tip of my tongue, brain fart here. Was it Reynolds? Not Morgan Reynolds? Was it Morgan Reynolds? Yeah, Morgan Reynolds. Yeah, Morgan Reynolds. And he was formerly with, I guess he was with the first Bush administration or Reagan administration or something, education or something, I forget. But anyway, I'm making a long story too short. In these presentations, of course, the 9/11 In Plain Sight was dealing specifically with photographic and video evidence. And I was very careful when I produced that not to come to any absolute definitive conclusions. Like I mentioned earlier, I would not settle in and say that the pod was a missile. I don't know what it was. And I was very careful not to, put out some sort of a definitive statement, and thereby they could label me as a conspiracy theorist. So I was very careful about that, and they couldn't back me into a corner. So they couldn't attack my credibility or the way I was handling it. So they had to attack the video and photographic evidence itself. And that was when, shortly after, back in then 2005, all of a sudden we have this movement called the no planers. Everything was CGI. Everything with those planes didn't exist. There were no planes, no planes, no planes. And the earth is flat, by the way. So the point is that created a problem for a lot of people. Okay. And then there were other folks. Judy Wood, for example. Now, I'm not doubting that some of her information is accurate. I have no doubt that the military and the powers that be have weaponry that we've never even heard or imagined about. Okay, so direct energy weapons. A lot of people have never heard of thermite. Okay, I think all of these things may have come to play. All right. So, and as far as, any division in the movement, well, again, you brought it up. There's a lot of division, and some people are going to point their finger this way and say, you're wrong, and no, you're wrong. And there you go. So this is why we end up stuck in the mud. And that's why I said, to hell with this. I'm not going to do this anymore. I got out in 09 and went to Argentina. Right. Anyway, hope that answered your question.
Well,
and my personal experience with that, for instance, right after.
So yeah, that guy did a little bit of work way back when and really didn't look into anything else. And I doubt that he ever picked up Dr. Wood's book and read it. So on another point, we need to also look at perception management and how that basically works. And let's quickly delve into my most favorite person under the sun, Richard Gage, and looking at architects for engineered truths perception management.
So essentially, the only way to muddy the waters is just to insert doubt at every possible opportunity, and there are some very sort of common techniques, which I think I put them all under the umbrella of perception management, whereby instead of using the word evidence, you never use the word evidence, you use the word theory, and this then immediately mischaracterizes it so that a theory, of course, can be debated, to a much greater extent than evidence.
There's a whole lot of evidence and very weird things that happen at the World Trade Center. We don't want every theory out there on our website. There's a whole lot of evidence, theory, evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. We have produced the evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. We have produced the evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain.
Now, tell us specifically about the petition that's available for signing by architects and engineers and other supporters at ae911truth.org.
The petition demands of Congress a real investigation
They want a new investigation? Well, read my book. There you go. Yes. If they're calling for a new investigation, what they're doing is admitting that they are not capable of conducting an investigation.
How true.
If anyone really wants an investigation, please read this book. It is the most important book I've ever read in my entire life. And just take it for yourself and please just read it.
Thanks, Abraham.
And Where Did the Towers Go by Dr. Judy Wood, please. Like, we're all on the same team.
Appreciate that very much.
I don't know.
Fessinger showed that people will actively avoid situations or information that might challenge those beliefs and values in order to avoid dissonance.
9/11 was an attack on human consciousness.
It's simple. Go to rethink911.org right now and donate to your city. Share this ambitious campaign with everyone you know, and together, let's change the course of history.
They're always keeping them occupied, so any door is good as long as it isn't the evidence.
We have over 19,000 other individuals joining us, demanding a real investigation based on the specific evidence, the scientific evidence for explosive controlled demolition. At all three World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11.
Well, when you look at 7, that's a conventional controlled demolition.
No, it isn't. No, it was not either. Because you got to read the book, Where Did the Towers Go by Dr. Judy Wood, BS, MS, and PhD.
No, I know who she is. I know who she is.
I just finished her book. It's very remarkable.
And I highly recommend watching 9/11 The Observable Truth series. It's on my Odyssey channel under a specific tab. It's also on my YouTube. It will basically blow your mind. Now, the main thing and the problem that I've got with AE and all the other POOBA organizations is they've never allowed people to count past 3, because they only talk about the Twin Towers and they only talk about Building 7, and basically that's been the focus for architects for engineered truth for the last 8 years prior to the COVID sham that came and gave us all a nice whipping. Now, with regards to all the buildings at the World Trade Center, there's a couple of things that people don't know about. Even if you mention it to them, they don't even know that all 7 World Trade Center buildings got problems. Now, this is a short little video that MES helped me with that gives us a bit of an idea with regards to exactly what the towers were.
The World Trade Center is located in the financial district of Lower Manhattan, New York City. This is the view of the World Trade Center complex today. This is where the old-time and famous Twin Towers were located. The Twin Towers were the world's tallest building from 1971 to 1973. The height of the North Tower was 1,368 feet and South Tower was 1,362 feet. The One World Trade Center building today is the same height as the North Tower without the spire. Twin Towers each had 110 floors. Let's go back to before 9/11 attack. The whole World Trade Center complex looked very different compared to today's. This was Building 7, Building 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, also known as Twin Towers. Under the ground, there was a layer of slurry wall around this complex.
MES note, the 70 feet to bedrock should be shown much shorter than the 208 feet wide Twin Towers.
It was used to prevent water from the Hudson River going through the soil and flood the construction site. There were 6 levels of floors under the ground. The foundation of the Twin Towers went 70 foot deep down to the bedrock. This is the core of the building, running from the bedrock to the top of the building.
MES note again, the underground depth is not to scale. Each Twin Tower was 208 feet wide. The depth from ground level to the bedrock was 70 feet deep. The below-ground floors of the 3D model should be much more shallow, as in the shown construction images.
The core contains 47 steel columns. Let's take a look inside the core. It had restroom, utility rooms, a lot of elevators, but only 3 emergency stairwells. This is the exterior steel column of the buildings. This is a floor system. It was made of lightweight steel and concrete. All of these parts held the building together in place. The Twin Towers are said to withstand earthquake and hurricane wind power.
Not only were they designed for earthquakes and wind, they were also designed for multiple plane impacts. But yeah, that's... So once again, Building 3, you can see the remnants of the South Tower right next to it. And there's no debris on the building, and basically 90% of that building basically just disappeared. Same with Building 4. Just next to it you had the South Tower, and that top part that was leaning over that that should have fallen to the ground as one solid piece didn't land on Building 4, and this whole section of Building 4 just up and disappeared. And strangely enough, the basement complex and the mall and everything underneath it was mostly undamaged, and underneath World Trade Center 4 it was fine. Most of the cars, and there were reports that they basically stated that most of the vehicles in the parking garages and everything were driven out from where they were parked. Building 5 had a little bit of damage, but that was also taken apart. Then we all know about Building 6. Right over here, you've got the remnants of the North Tower with Stairwell B, where you had 16 people survive. Now, buildings across the street didn't have anything land on top of them. You can see with Building 5, you've got hardly any rubble over there. Building 6, also hardly any rubble on top of it, basically just dust and some of the aluminium cladding. And that's the main argument with Architects for Engineered Truth and Richard Gage. When you ask them, okay, why is there so little rubble? Why isn't there a huge pile? Because a normal conventional controlled demolition using explosives will leave you with a 12.5% average rubble pile. That equates to 13.5 stories when compared to a 110-story building. And he basically says, no, it was ejected laterally 600 feet. Well, nothing landed on top of this building, and nothing pretty much landed on Building 6 or Building 5. And then, excuse me, then also if you look at the Building 7, the rubble pile was around about 3 stories high, and for a 47-story building, it should have been 6 stories high. And you've got World Trade Center 6, that's 8 stories. And the rubble pile of the North Tower didn't even fill the lobby, because you can see those, the lobby was around about 3 stories high. So, sorry, even the ejected laterally 600 feet doesn't gel at all. And when you go and talk about Building 7, good question by Stephen Jones. How do you get office fires to cause a 47-story building to come straight down in its own footprint? Another question for Stephen E. Jones and Richard Gage and David Chandler and all the guys who've made all the great work with regards to Building 7 is, how do you get a controlled demolition to cause a 47-story building weighing 230,000 tons to slam to the ground without creating a corresponding seismic impact? The seismic impact was a 0.6. That's the strength of a jackhammer. And then the NIST report also stated that they found no steel was recovered from Building 7. And when it comes to the seismic readings for Building Tower 1 and 2 and for Building 7, it was surface waves. So there was no P or S wave as you would expect for a normal controlled demolition, because when you look at the Seattle Kingdom that was taken down by conventional controlled demolition, it registered a 2.3 with S and P waves. But all the seismic readings on the day for 9/11, there were no S or P waves. Now, there's also the other aspect that they never mention, and that is the 16 survivors of the North Tower between floors 2 and 22. So let's quickly listen again to what Buscelli says, and then fireman Mickey Cross, and just relate that to the fact that the main narrative that they've got is, oh, it was taken down by control explosions and thermite. And unfortunately, these guys didn't get burnt by molten metal. No molten metal rained down upon them. For the new guys, these people are still alive. They didn't die due to radiation poisoning, and nothing fell on top of them, as some of these guys would want you to believe. So a 500,000-ton building above them just up and disappeared.
110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
then split second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
So most of them basically will say, oh, they was just very, very, very lucky. So you can go through the rest of my article. It basically spells out all the issues with regards to the survivors, which the 9/11 Truth and Movement never discusses. And then another very interesting one is the Bankers Trust building. Now I've got a whole in-depth article with regards to the anomalies with the Bankers Trust building, which you can go read and work through, because there's a couple of strange things. It's also links back to the various articles that I did on building 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the seismic readings, the toasted cars, the empty basements, why everybody keeps on saying, yeah, but there were explosions going off and people heard explosions and everything, but not everything that goes boom is a bomb. And also the whole story with regards to Hurricane Erin that had a part to play on that day itself. This is a very interesting article as well with regards to the 100 days of smoke at Ground Zero, because you had the cover story, oh, but the rubble pile was hot and there was fires and all of that kind of stuff, but it actually wasn't. They had to come up with a cover story with regards to the ongoing metal transmutation and the breakdown of matter, because John Hutchinson has mentioned in his experiments with all the various metals that once the process starts, it isn't self-quenching, it just keeps on going. That's why you had all the soil being thrown all over the debris field, and that's the only way that they could stop this massive amount of smoke going on. And there's also video evidence when Andrew Johnson and Dr. Wood visited Ground Zero in 2008 that the fuming and everything was still going on. So with regards to the Bankers Trust, it was basically across the street from the towers, was partially damaged. You can see right over there, but something strange is happening to that building as well, because they fixed it, and a couple of it was basically fixed like 2 or 3 years after the fact, and then they actually had to take down the building. And once again, you had a 110-story building across the street from it, and according to Architects for Engineered Truth, Richard Gage, and all the truthers, well, everything was injected laterally, and that's why you don't have a massive rubble field. But there's hardly anything on top of the bloody buildings that's right within the 600 feet radius that they talk about. So come on, people, use your bloody mind and stop having people tell you what to think. Again, another picture with nothing on there. And also, if you had a building that's being blown to bits, either by a nuke or by bombs or whatever, then why is only the lower part of the building showing damage? That whole building should have been shot to bits with everything exploding laterally. So come on, that just doesn't make sense. People just don't think. Another building across the street with basically nothing on top of it, and also hardly damaged. So it just doesn't make sense. And then you had these weird metal just wilting, and heat doesn't do that because this building wasn't on fire. So what caused that? Well, go look at the experiments of John Hutchinson when he does his experiments, and the way that metal beams just bend in the most weird and wonderful ways. And MES has got some samples, and MES, you definitely can see something weird was happening to those metals. Yeah. So Dr. Wood discusses it here. That's the damage. You had a recheck that fell in there. They fixed that whole section. That's where they're busy repairing it. And then they had to take it apart. When they got to the section where it was damaged, you had these beams that looked like they were under the sea for numerous years. So there was something happening to that metal that was causing the structural integrity to be worrisome, and that's why they had to take that whole building apart. And that's the experiments that John Hutchinson did, and that's a piece of aluminium that's showing rust. So later on, whilst they were taking it apart, a fire broke out, and basically what Andrew Johnson says in this video, it seemed like it was the metal burning and not the wood that they had over there. And that basically reminds you of the same things that were happening at the Pentagon, because they had fires there. And listen to this quickly, and you explain to me why this was happening at the Pentagon.
Views about your own location at the moment. We're seeing fires at the Pentagon tonight. I don't think these are we have no idea whether this is cause for alarm, but you did tell me many hours ago that all the fires at the Pentagon were out, and if you can see your monitor now, they are going again. Do you have the slightest idea what's happening?
They would be up in one of the high roof sections, Peter, where they have successfully put out the fires, only to have them reignite again and again in the strange roof section, which is a slate-covered wood roof in this old building, the Pentagon, and they have had an extremely difficult time putting out all those fires.
Yeah, strange indeed. And then again, we had the guys come in on basically September 12, September 13, with truckloads and truckloads of soil, and they threw that over the rubble pile ASAP, even whilst they were still busy looking for survivors.
Almost immediately in the days following September 11th, there were these dump trucks that were hauling these loads of fresh dirt in and dumping them on the fuming rubble pile.
Documented in Dr. Judy Wood's book and on the website is the activity of various trucks that were actually bringing in dirt to the site. Repeatedly, this was spread around within the World Trade Center site, moved around with earth-moving machines, and then it was taken out again, as if there was something in the ground that was being soaked up by the dirt and then taken away. So it's like they knew that this energy was, to use the term that we came across in research, in John Hutchinson's research, the energy was non-self-quenching. It didn't quench, it kept on going.
Dirt is not used to cover smoke from a fire. Maybe a toxic spill or something like that, but conventional smoke does not continue emerging from saturated dirt for months. So we can say that something is definitely strange here. Why were the remains of this fire truck sprinkled with what looks like moist potting soil? Clearly it didn't suffer from an out-of-control fire in these places. This is a photo from September 13th, and we can see dirt all over the place.
Oh damn! I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is there audio there?
Myself on mute. Sorry, guys. Shit.
Yeah, I was wondering because I was also talking on the chat, and also I just put Paul Loveless on mute for 24 hours. He just showed up. He just showed up and said that there's no proof of the Hutchinson effect, like in video format, just the samples. And but a few days ago, I know. Just 1 second. But a few days ago, I literally sent him the X thread, and he says he'll look at it. So I don't know what's going on. I'm like, okay, 24 hours. Next time, I'll just permanent block. And also, just one more message before I give it to you. So do you remember that person that called in Alex Jones' show years ago, and then Alex Jones went on a giant tirade?
Yes.
Yeah. So that person's actually in the chat. His name is WF. His username is WF. So he's actually in the chat, and then KV is commenting in the chat. So he's right
Massive
here.
respect. Shout out to UDS for trying to get Alex. We are going to get to Alex later on. Alex is a bloody limited hangout when it comes to 9/11. We will be mentioning his interaction with Jesse Ventura later on. So we'll be playing that because that caused a lot of hell. So again, I'm just going to repeat, seeing that I was on mute. Sorry about that, guys. So when it comes to 9/11, you can mention any conspiracy theory, be it jet fuel, explosive, conventional control, demolition, thermite, nanothermite, nukes, whatever you want. But you aren't allowed to mention Dr. Wood anywhere. So Abraham Rodriguez mentioned his interaction with Wikipedia. You can go listen to this video. I'm not going to play it now, but I do want to play a little excerpt out of this 24-minute mega mix with regards to the importance of why people actually don't want to listen to her. So let's just quickly give this a listening to.
But all of these little Easter eggs, I call them. It's like laying out Easter eggs for a 3-year-old's Easter egg hunt. You know, they're right out there in the wide open, just waiting to be found.
Exactly. And that's what the 9/11 Truth Movement is the government planted all of these little Easter eggs, as you call them, and just waited for people to discover them and then put together and create a truth movement based on all of these things that the government released.
Right, but still, it doesn't get back to the evidence, and it's all sorts of bait to take people away from the evidence.
Exactly.
Dr. Judy D. Wood is a former...
Okay, now I just quickly need to forward to the 13-minute mark. How do I do that? Okay, and we can play it from here. Okay, let's go.
About thermite or nukes or this or that, and it just, you get this big huge muddle up and everyone's around in circles, arguing with people. It's really destroyed people's ability to reason. I mean, as you've seen in this book, it's right in front of us.
Yes, absolutely.
But why don't people see it? Because it was such a strong psychological operation. It destroyed people's ability to know what's real and what's not. They want to know what the truth is, and they run to this truth movement business. But as I point out, do you think those who pulled off 9/11 just forgot to plan a cover-up?
Yeah, no.
And so what would it look like?
Yeah, very true.
But one of the things I'd just like to mention about truth movements as well, or the truth movement, whatever that is, we've both been accused of, dividing the truth movement or damaging it or whatever it is. Well, let's just consider that expression, truth movement. So where exactly would people like the truth to be moved to exactly? Over into this little corner where nobody can see it, which is essentially, what they've tried to do, because they've established this truth movement to move the truth out of view. That's what the truth movement has done, certainly in relation to the events of the World Trade Center on 9/11.
Sure.
That's what's happened. So truth doesn't really need a movement. The truth needs to be spoken of. It doesn't actually need a movement, you need to be looking at the evidence to establish what the truth is. And the moment that you start to move away from that process, that's when you start to, help the truth to be covered up.
Is, whoever planned 9/11, do you think it just slipped their mind and they forgot to plan a cover-up? Of course they would plan a cover-up. So what would the cover-up look like? There are going to be people asking questions and poking around. What do you do with those people? You round them up and contain them. Keep them out of trouble.
I think that there are a lot of people in the truth movement who are not afraid of her work and who would respond very positively to it. When we talk about the truth movement, I think we have to make a clear distinction between all those people who want to know the truth about 9/11, which includes me and you two as well. Mm-hmm. Everyone wants to know what really happened at 9/11, how it was done, who did it and why, is part of the truth movement. Everyone who acknowledges that the official story of Muslim hijackers is a lie is part of the truth movement. The problem is not with people in the truth movement in general. The problem is with the designated leaders of the truth movement. They're the ones that are very much afraid of Dr. Wood's work. And there are any number of reasons for that being so. I'll just point out two, which I consider to be glaringly obvious. First of all, the evidence that she presents and the case she builds on that evidence for what happened in terms of science at 9/11, at Ground Zero, is irrefutable. Mm-hmm. And they are terrified of her evidence and her argument because they cannot refute it. They cannot, in a fair argument, refute what she says. And her evidence clearly refutes the thermite theory of controlled demolition. So that's one reason why they're afraid. Another reason why they're afraid is because the designated leaders, that would be Gage and Jones, and the people who have clustered around them, have been hideously duped. And either they are pure dupes who've been caught in the psyops of 9/11, or they are accomplices and accessories to that psyops. I couldn't really say. But they're either one or the other. And in that case, they certainly are afraid of anybody or anything who would expose that dupery. And so I think they're not just afraid. I think, if you'll pardon the allusion to this term, they're in terror. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they have good reason to be. So that's my comment on why they're afraid of Dr. Wood's work.
Indeed. Dr. Wood, would you like to add to that?
Yes, I was looking at some various definitions. In various techniques that they try to cover it up, they don't want anyone to look at my book. My book is pure empirical evidence, and it leads to a conclusion that's conclusive evidence. And so how do you cover that up? You call it a theory. You call it a theory, then you can say, oh, there's no evidence that supports her theories and speculation. They call it theories. It's a favorite one. And I'd like to ask if by theory they mean speculation, because there's no speculation in my work. I build a case on evidence like a detective solving a crime. What I present is conclusive evidence, and being conclusive evidence, it puts an end to the debating by reason of irrefutability. That's what the meaning of the word conclusive is. Serving, by Webster Dictionary, serving to put an end to all debate and questioning. And so if my evidence puts an end to all the debate and questioning, then what can they do with it? The party's over.
That's right. The party's over in terms of speculation, but the real party begins in terms of getting to the truth. And I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Wood, that truth unifies. When people accuse you of causing division in the 9/11 movement, that is absolutely ridiculous and irrational, and it's slanderous and deceptive. because you have produced pure evidence, and the pure evidence leads us to the truth, and the truth is what we all come together on. So it's 10 years down the road now, and it's time to see if we can come together on 9/11 in the truth and not in speculations and theories. The moment has come to see if we can do that.
One thing I'd like to add is that my definition of truth movement is more of this, group, because of how I've come to know it. I think if there's truth seekers, and they're individuals, and they organize. The organization I refer to as the truth movement, but that's a definition difference.
No, I follow
Who knows
that
what it
distinction.
means?
Right, I follow that distinction there. But there are many truth seekers who are quite willing to look at your work and who are impeded by doing so by the designated leaders of the truth movement.
There's been a lot of, I've kind of casually referred to them as defectors, who are leaving the organized truth movement and realizing they've been duped. They've been led down a blind alley, down a dead-end street.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how cover-ups, I think, work.
That is indeed how cover-ups work, yes.
That's right.
People are led into confusion, and then they're offered false solutions. This is how the PSYOPs operates. There's an enormous PSYOPs around 9/11. And it's beginning to dawn on me now, as I've been paying closer and closer attention to Dr. Wood's work, that on the scientific foundation that she's provided for the evidence of what was done and how it was done, from that foundation, we can start to look at the PSYOPs that was built around it and start to deconstruct and break down the PSYOP.
Going full circle on your production of the book and all the work you've done up to this point and all the scrutiny you've been under, what would you like for humanity or mankind to get out of your work? I mean, what do you think would be the ultimate message for the listeners and mankind as a whole?
Yeah, the book is essentially a course in critical thinking. If you read the book from front to back, don't jump around, just read it from front to back and read it, several times. I think, and you can let me know what you think of it, that it conditions you to see what's there instead of what you're told to see.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to be so vital in the future. And that's why I wanted to take the time at the beginning, and thanks for putting up with it. All that,
of course,
yeah, that's as short as I could put it, at the beginning about why you have to look at what happened and not be jumping to conclusions.
Yeah.
Because, how do magicians work?
Yeah.
And the government's now free to do PSYOPs on the American people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We've seen that. We've seen that in droves.
There's a crystal ball, Judy, in front of you. What do you see?
In terms of what? It depends on how badly people want to know the truth. The truth is so important. The truth has consequences, but running from the truth has even more consequences. And that's an important thing to remember. So, knowing what the truth is vital, not what you want the truth to be. And it's a really important thing. So depending on how many people can get on board with that is where it's at, I think.
500 pages of meticulous evidence.
So yeah, please go through this article, and also once again, that Illuminati bot guy, he shared this meme of Dr. Wood. After 5 days, he only got 37.5k views, but as soon as he shares any of the disinformation with regards to architects and engineers for engineer truth or whatever, it garners, like, I think last post that I checked was 8.5 million impressions within 24 hours. So there is, even on X, there is a suppression with regards to the work of Dr. Wood. So if you know about this, if you are convinced, like I am, because it is a conclusive body of evidence, then you've got to speak out and get into the comment sections and help the fight. So please go through the rest of this article. And just to basically bring it home to you, I need to let you guys know what the difference is between a conclusive body of evidence and that of a theory or a hypothesis. So let's go. Okay, that's taking too long, so let's just go to the backup. And here it is.
And there's a quick little analogy that I wrote that was inspired by Erich Larson, Dr. Erich Larson, to write. That helps to explain what that means to people. So just put yourself in this theoretical example for a second. So please consider this example. It helps to illustrate the difference between a conclusive body of evidence versus a theory or hypothesis. So pretend that I had my attorney provide you with the following verified and certified factual evidence. I own a common household pet. It's a mammal. It has 4 legs. It has sharp teeth. It eats meat. It has lots of hair. It barks very loudly. It drools when I place food in front of him. He wags its tail when he gets excited. He eats from under the table. He often chases cats. He barks at the moon. He can be trained to do many tricks, including sit, stay, and roll over. He can play fetch. He has a strong sense of smell. He's often used by law enforcement to fight crime. He's often used for hunting, to retrieve and flush out game before the game is shot. He's closely related to wolves. He's a domesticated animal derived from wolves, and he's also known as man's best friend. So based on that factual information that I just provided you with, you can irrefutably conclude, without theorizing or speculating, that I own some type of dog, because there's no other possible explanation that even comes close to accounting for all of those verifiable facts I just gave you to describe my pet. You don't need to theorize, you don't need to speculate, you don't need to guess. You simply have to review all of those facts that I gave you and know them in detail to know beyond any reasonable doubt that I own some type of dog. Now, you can only conclude that I own a general category of animal known as a dog. You can't say it's a brown dog or it's a Labrador, because you didn't have enough facts to go that far. That would be theory or speculation. But you can at least irrefutably conclude, without theory or speculation, that I own a general category of animal known as a dog. And that analogy is exactly related to 9/11, because the evidence is that overwhelmingly conclusive. If you just take the time to understand it, you can know that some type of general category of weapon known as a directed energy weapon was used to turn those buildings mostly to fine dust in midair before they ever hit the ground. And it's very hard for me to say that to colleagues and stuff, because they don't understand the evidence. So, but I have no problem saying that anymore, because I understand the evidence that well, that it's irrefutable. And so that's why when you ask me what can people do, I encourage them to first try and understand the evidence as much as you can before you try and go raising awareness about it, because a lot of people are not going to wake up to a simple YouTube video or a quick little news article. They're going to want the facts. And so try and understand the facts first.
A quick summary is that the buildings didn't burn up, nor did they slam to the ground, but they turned into dust in midair. How do I know that? Because if they had collapsed to the ground, you'd have a pile of debris that would correspond to 210-story buildings. That didn't happen. Lower Manhattan would have been flooded due to a broken bathtub, the dike that holds out the Hudson River. Few people realize that the towers were built in the Hudson River. And the bedrock is 70 feet below the water table. So there's this dike they call the bathtub or slurry wall that holds out the Hudson River. If you crash down 2 500,000-ton buildings onto the bathtub, it would have ruptured and flooded the subway tunnels, the PATH train tunnels. That didn't happen. As a matter of fact, when they took down the remains of Building 6, they used a cable to pull it down because they were afraid to use explosives. And this was a 6-story building. There was just this little clump left. And the other way I know that it wasn't that buildings turned to dust, just the simple way, is that if the buildings had collapsed to the ground, they'd make a thud, and the seismic signal that was recorded did not correspond to the size of the buildings. The seismic signal corresponded to a 16-story building or a 20-story building, not 110-story buildings.
And there's a quick little analogy.
So yeah, okay. So that gives you an idea with regards to a conclusive body of evidence versus that of a theory or hypothesis, or theories of what all the other guys bring to the table with regards to thermite, bombs, nukes, and all of that kind of stuff. None of them have actually taken on this or asked for a request for correction or anything to that regard. Now, a very interesting discussion was had with Nobel Prize winner John Clauser, and he was talking about the difference between observable truth and then the perception of truth. Now, that is what you fall under with regards to listening to people in the 9/11 Truther movement, with all their weird and wonderful theories that they spout as truth. So give a quick listen to what he says, because with regards to Dr. Wood, she was way before her time. In those days, nobody really had an idea with regards to directed energy weapons. And with the major California fires in 2017, Maui and all of that, and now that you've got other information coming out with regards to technologies out there, people are a lot more savvy and they can put one and one together. I also wrote an article with regards to how many of the guys into the UFO or disappearing planes like MH370 with this Ashton Forbes guy and all of that, they're talking about all the same technology that Dr. Wood talks about, but none of them want to touch on 9/11. So that's very, very, very strange. I don't know why. We'll get into that a little bit later when we're going to be talking about David Icke. But let's just quickly listen to Nobel Prize winner John Clauser on the difference between observable truth and the perception of truth.
Indeed. Well, I gave a talk recently in Korea where I pointed out that there are really two different kinds of truth. There is what physicists do, or at least what we should do, is observe nature and make conclusions from what we actually see from our observations, from our experiments. That constitutes truth. If businessmen, politicians, journalists, all have a very different mode of truth. That is perception of truth. Perception of truth is whether or not you can sell it. If you can sell it, it must be true. If you can't sell it, it must be false. Now, one of the differences between, this have nothing to do with the real truth, which is what you would get by measuring, going out and measuring it and getting real data as to what the truth is. But an important difference between the two kinds of truth is that perception of truth is malleable. That is, you can change it. So say you can't sell it, but you still want to sell it. That's all right. We'll just change the truth. How do we do that? Well, by advertising. We call it product differentiation. We want to show that there's a difference between our product and somebody else's product, even though there is none. So we create this this difference. And we can change the truth. And whereas real truth you can't change. The experiments, the observations are truth.
It's irrefutable. And so that's why when you have...
So exactly as you were saying there, as they were changing so-called truth or whatever, and that's exactly what we've seen with regards to thermite. First there was thermite, and then was nanothermite, and then was super nanothermite, and all the weird and wonderful stuff. But if you actually go look at how thermite works, and you see that it's an incendiary, it hasn't got blasting power, and all of that kind of stuff. And if they did actually use that, the towers would have lit up like candlesticks, like you'll have a what should we call it, one of these sparklers. And sorry, we didn't see any of that. There was no heat involved whatsoever. Now, when it comes to 9/11, a lot of people have cognitive dissonance, or they're playing the whole, what should we call it, the premeditated ignorance game, which we will get to later, where I'll give you the definition of that. And people need to be able to be willing to be challenged, to have their worldview challenged. A lot of people don't want to do that. We're living in a world where you've got to say the right thing. You don't need to ruffle any feathers or anything like that. You just got to keep your head down and just not make trouble, because then you're divisive and da-da-da-da. Unfortunately, there's truth and then there's lying. There isn't a in between. It's either true or it's false. End of story. And that's the issue. And that's what we see in the 9/11 truther movement. There are a bunch of liars out there that have co-opted people onto talking points that isn't valid. And then as soon as you step back and you just look at the bigger picture and you look at all the various narratives, then you'll wake up. So this is a very interesting video that I put together to enable you to see how you need to look at everything and just be willing to be challenged.
A public that can no longer distinguish between truth and fiction is left to interpret reality through illusion. Random facts or obscure bits of data and trivia are used either to bolster illusion and give it credibility, or discarded if they interfere with the message. This is the real danger of pseudo-events, and pseudo-events are far more pernicious than stereotypes. They do not explain reality, as stereotypes attempt to, but replace reality. Pseudo-events redefine reality by the parameters set by their creators. These creators, who make massive profits selling illusions, have a vested interest in maintaining the power structures they control. The words, images, stories, and phrases used to describe the world in pseudo-events have no relation to what is happening around us. The advances of technology and science, rather than obliterating the world of myth, have enhanced its power to deceive. Chris Hedges, Empire of Illusion, 2009.
My feeling, Charlie, is that it's not that pseudoscience and superstition and New Age so-called beliefs and fundamentalist zealotry are something new. They've been with us for as long as we've been human. But we live in an age based on science and technology with formidable technological powers.
Science and technology are propelling us forward at accelerating rates.
That's right. And if we don't understand it, by we I mean the general public, if it's something that, oh, I'm not good at that, I don't know anything about it, then who is making all the decisions about science and technology that are going to determine what kind of future our children live in? Just some members of Congress? But there's no more than a handful of members of Congress with any background in science at all. And the Republican Congress has just abolished its own Office of Technology Assessment, the organization that gave them bipartisan and competent advice on science and technology. They say, we don't want to know. Don't tell us about science and technology.
Surprising, the danger of all this. I mean, you know, this is not the thing that...
There's two kinds of dangers. One is what I just talked about, that we've arranged a society based on science and technology, in which nobody understands anything about science and technology. And this combustible mixture of ignorance and power, sooner or later, is going to blow up in our faces. I mean, who is running the science and technology in a democracy if the people don't know anything about it? And the second reason that I'm worried about this is that science is more than a body of knowledge. It's a way of thinking, a way of skeptically interrogating the universe with a fine understanding of human fallibility. If we are not able to ask skeptical questions, to interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority, then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan, political or religious, who comes ambling along. It's a thing that Jefferson laid great stress on. It wasn't enough, he said, to enshrine some rights in a constitution or a Bill of Rights. The people had to be educated, and they had to practice their skepticism and their education. Otherwise, we don't run the government. The government runs us.
People talk glibly about science. What is science? People coming out of a university with a master's degree or a PhD, you take them into the field, and they literally don't believe anything unless there's a peer-reviewed paper. It's the only thing they accept. And you say to them, but let's observe, let's think, let's discuss. They don't do it. It's just, is it in a peer-reviewed paper or not? That's their view of science. I think it's pathetic. Gone into universities as bright young people, they come out of them brain dead, not even knowing what science means. They think it means peer-reviewed papers, etc. No, that's academia. And if a paper is peer-reviewed, it means everybody thought the same, therefore they approved it. An unintended consequence is that when new knowledge emerges, new scientific insights, they can never, ever be peer-reviewed. So we're blocking all new advances in science that are big advances. If you look at the breakthroughs in science, almost always they don't come from the center of that profession. They come from the fringe. The finest candle makers in the world couldn't even think of electric lights. They don't come from within. They often come from outside the breaks. We're going to kill ourselves because of stupidity.
Scalars. In doing so, you can create, for example, either an electromagnetic explosion at a distance, or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. Or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak.
Thank you, MES, for that nice little edit you did at the end of that video with Colonel Tom E. Bearden. There is 2 articles on Colonel Tom E. Bearden and information he was sharing in the mid-1980s, talking about how these earthquake machines and all of these weird and wonderful stuff all derived off Nikola Tesla's work. They were really popular on Substack with over something like 2,000 reads and all of that. So guys, please go to my Substack to see more of the information. Now, as it was discussed with science and psychology and all of that kind of stuff, we need to now move into the other aspect of the 9/11 truther movement. A lot of the people there are good meaning people. Unfortunately, they've just been co-opted by the COINTELPRO agents that are just having them outsource their thinking. And something very interesting that I came across was another discussion on the Boston 9/11 channel where they were talking about the psychology of resistance to the truth of 9/11, and they were basically focusing on the whole aspect of the normies still believing the government narrative. Now, it was a discussion held by 2 psychologists that are involved with Colorado 9/11 truth, but they themselves fell victim to the second and third layer of the cover-up of what 9/11 actually is. So they think they're right with regards to the whole thermite and explosion type stuff. They've been co-opted to never look at Dr. Wood's work because their 9/11 truthers, celebrities that they look up to and don't question, said, no, you don't go there, you don't look at it, it's just complete and utter bunk. And now we'll get into this article that I wrote about it, because I did decide I had an email discussion with these 2 psychologists, and interesting enough, one of these ladies had something to say in 2010. So let's just listen to what she has to say with regards to normies, and then keep in mind at the same time, she is still a victim of the psychological, neurolinguistic techniques that have been used to bamboozle her as well. We'll get into that in a little bit, but just listen to what she has to say.
At this point, we have 9 years of hard scientific evidence that disproves the government theory about what happened on September 11th, and yet people continue to be either oblivious to the fact that this information exists or completely resistant to looking at this information. So the question becomes why? Why is it that people have so much trouble hearing this information? From my work, I think we would be remiss not to look at the impact of trauma. My name is Marty Hopper, and I'm a PhD clinical psychologist. I've been working and living for the past 30 years here in Boulder, Colorado. For the past 11 years, my work has focused on helping people who have experienced personal trauma. Now, as we know, the horrors of what happened on 9/11 were televised all over the world, and they were televised, in fact, live. We witnessed the deaths of almost 3,000 of our fellow Americans. We know this had a very severe and traumatic impact on a majority of the population.
This is so shocking, of course, to everybody watching.
That is a very hard thing to watch. To watch powerless is a horror.
What we have been fearing for the longest time here apparently has come to pass.
You saw it here live.
Never would imagine we would see in our lifetime.
An hour and a half in which
the world in the United States has changed dramatically.
We have no idea really what might happen next.
The military-industrial complex, akin to and largely responsible for the sweeping changes in our industrial military posture, has been the technological revolution during recent decades. In this revolution, research has become central. It also becomes more formalized, complex, and costly. A steadily increasing share is conducted for, by, or at the direction of the federal government. Today, the solitary inventor, tinkering in his shop, has been overshadowed by task forces of scientists in laboratories and testing fields. In the same fashion, the free university, historically the fountainhead of free ideas and scientific discovery, has experienced a revolution in the conduct of research. Partly because of the huge costs involved, a government contract becomes virtually a substitute for intellectual curiosity.
Okay, so that is Marty Hopper and the Truth Movement. Now, also, Andrew Johnson has written 2 books, 9/11 Finding the Truth and 9/11 Holding the Truth. And I just want to play a short snippet out of this book review so that you guys can also just find out. Because what he did, he was also, in 2005, you had the Scholars for 9/11 Truth organization that was formed. It was formed by Jim Fetzer. We'll be getting into him later. And then Stephen E. Jones, who is a ex-Department of Energy gentleman. He also wrote reports for the government. He's got links to the CIA. And he also tried to debunk cold fusion that would have been the answer to all our energy needs by Science Vote. You can go look that up. I do have some videos on Stephen E. Jones on my various platforms. And what that organization was about, it was getting, that was in 2005, when everybody was starting to like wake up, and all these different videos started to emerge, because that was when YouTube pretty much started to get going, and it was easy for Joe Public to create a video, put it online, and have people start thinking outside the box. And that organization was basically focused on sucking in all the would-be potential troublemakers to the government narrative. And Dr. Wood got involved in that organization. Andrew Johnson got involved in that organization. He writes in his book how he was editing videos for Stephen E. Jones with regards to the whole thermite psyop. And Dr. Morgan Reynolds, who also had the QTAM case, he was also in that organization. And somewhere in 2007, when Dr. Morgan Reynolds and Dr. Wood filed their court cases, that's when they left this organization. And when that happened, and also Andrew Johnson, and when that happened, then the attacks towards Dr. Wood started. We'll get to a video where the co-founder of Scholars for 9/11 Truth, Jim Fetzer, basically discusses how to discredit a fellow researcher. But let's first listen to what's written in 9/11 Finding the Truth. And it's a free ebook download. You can also buy the hardback. I'll show the link shortly where you can get that book, and I highly recommend you read it so that you know exactly how this whole counter-narrative and this industry against what Dr. Wood presents has been built over the last couple of years. So let's go.
Chapter 13, 9/11 and the Hutchison Effect, Handling the Truth. Some people have now observed that the 9/11 truth movement is being directed and controlled. I'm going to say that again. Some people have now observed that the 9/11 truth movement is being directed and controlled in order that only a certain amount of information is revealed at a certain time and in a certain way. I first began to understand how this seemed to be happening during the breakup of the original Scholars for 9/11 Truth group in about February of 2007. See Chapter 4. More recently, I feel I have, with the help of others, been able to document another significant instance of the attempted control of 9/11 related information. In completing this documentation, I have been somewhat concerned that I may be accused of some type of ad hominem attack against those whose statements and actions I am documenting. I feel somewhat similar about writing this article for the same reasons. Weighed against this, I feel that certain truths need to be told in order that people have a chance to understand how the mechanics of control of information related to 9/11 and the energy cover-up are operating. In short, I have now come to the conclusion that when trying to get to the truth, we have to scrutinize the history, behavior, and psychology of those presenting or discussing evidence. Has to be carefully considered. This is a short excerpt from Chapter 13 on page 135, written by Andrew Johnson, that stood out to me in the middle of reading this book. I thought, okay, this is a really good explanation as to what covers the entirety of the book and how important this book is in showing us who the disinformation agents are. Stephen Jones, Jim Fetzer, Ace Baker, Alex Jones, and many others. Let's check out the back of the book. 9/11 Finding the Truth, 3rd edition, a compilation of articles by Andrew Johnson, focused around the research and evidence compiled by Dr. Judy Wood, and that is on her website, drjudywood.com, drjudywood.com. Absolutely important to save that website, search it, and read it in its entirety. For those of you who are able to comprehend and hold true care for the truth and the betterment of humanity, save this information. Go to that website, drjudywood.com. Buy this book. Buy it for yourself and buy many copies for those around you. I have 2 copies so far and counting. I'm going to get many more and only give them to the right people who can understand. And I'll continue to read it here on this channel. Where did the towers go? Evidence of Directed Free Energy Technology on 9/11 by Dr. Judy Wood, BS, MS, and PhD. You have to read this book first in its entirety before you read this one. And don't pass this book up. This book is 9/11 Finding the Truth by Andrew Johnson. A key element and incredible support of Real Truth of 9/11, support of Dr. Judy Wood's research and compilation of evidence in her book, Where Did the Towers Go? Order this book. It's available on Amazon. It's about $50. It's worth far more than that.
So if you go down to the rest of the article, this is the conversation that Marty Hopper had, and then another psychologist also involved with Colorado 9/11 Truth, Marty Hopper. And then I basically put in the Marty Hopper and Fran Scher, and I put in the email correspondence that I had with the 2 ladies with regards to it, trying to see if I could work on this whole psychological aspect with regards to them basically projecting what they think is right, which is provably incorrect, and how they have been psyoped themselves, and how the psychology of resistance to truth, or psychology of resistance to Dr. Wood's work has impacted them. And please go read through that. Also interesting to see what happened after my interactions with them, because I also showed a truth seminar that was held in June 2023 with a lady called Elsa Schroeder, where she had Richard Gage on as a pre-recording that would go live late, around about a month or two later, when her Truth Summit happened. And she sent that out, and then people contacted her and said, no, sorry, but Richard Gage is a limited hangout. You've got to look at Dr. Wood's book and Andrew Johnson's. She ended up having Andrew Johnson on as well, and then basically just talked about how Gage is full of it, and Dr. Wood and Andrew Johnson is correct. And she even managed to have Andrew Johnson and Richard Gage on in a panel discussion with regards to all the other people as well, and they ended up going at one another, and you can definitely see how Gage was demolished because all the people in the panel discussion was against him. So then also something that was interesting after this interaction with these people, where is it now? David Chandler, yes, old David Chandler with a Building 7 and saying that it was falling at free fall and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is his email to me. So he was saying, are you the one who created this hoax video? The hoax video is the so-called explosions going off. It's an inverted video of Building 7, and there's a UFO and all this kind of stuff. So that's what old David Chandler wrote me. And then, sorry, I have got no respect for this guy, and we'll get into some more interactions with old David soon. And I basically just told him, with all due respect, please don't insult my intelligence, after I wrote an article about Building 7 hoax video, and if you want to know who created it in 2011, it's in this article. So you guys can go check it out. I think we did go through it when we did the deep dive on Building 7. Just go through MES's other live streams, and you'll find the Building 7 discussion there. And just go to my Substack, and you can go read these all at your own time. So when we are talking about Building 7, or just before we get to that, I just want to share the website of Andrew Johnson. It's checktheevidence.com. You can go on there and you can find the free download book for Finding the Truth and Holding the Truth, and he's got very, very interesting articles. He's been basically at this since 2005, so it's a very good resource, great information that he shares on his website. So it's something that you should bookmark and go study everything that he's got available there. And at the same time, whenever you encounter people who want to diminish the work of Dr. Wood, go to her website, drwood.com. She's got all the various things with dustification, energy and heat, weather, various videos, documentaries, information about her book, DVDs. You can find her official court case documents. You can download them, share them with people and all of that. But she's also got an FAQ page, because there's a lot of disinformation about space beams and all of this kind of stuff. The space beam aspect was coined by Dr. Stephen E. Jones. She never ever mentioned anything like that. The only reason she used star beam weapons in one of her initial papers way back when was because there was a limited understanding of directed energy weapons in 2007. So this is a great resource. Go read through it so that you can basically see all the normie attacks, questions, or whatever that people will throw at you. So it's very good to go through this so that you can just know what the actual facts are, and you can basically counter it. So now we need to move over to our other 9/11 truther guys, all the other springboard limited hangouts that they have out there, and especially one of them is the 9/11 War Room. They do their little spiel every Sunday. I've been banned. We'll get into that shortly. And this guy over here, Gene Laratondo, he's usually the moderator or the IT guy running all the Zoom meetings who is it now? The International Center for 9/11 Justice Suppression, Boston 9/11, and all these guys. So he basically got to know about me during 2023 when I entered all the Zoom calls and asked uncomfortable questions, and eventually he did say, oh, he'll have me on in April to talk about you, but that didn't happen because I got really frustrated with him. This gentleman over here is in Boston 9/11. You've got Richard Gage, who hangs out there all the bloody time. That was me. And here's our friend MES, and let's just quickly listen to the interaction when he actually talked to MES.
Next, Matt. Great to meet you in person and face. I guess you're the guy that runs Math Easy Solutions on YouTube. Thanks for being here. A 30-second wrap-up for the show.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nice to see you as well. We look alike. We both bald in the beard. Yeah. I just wanted to point out that video you shared. That was I actually made that video with the help of the one with the giant core columns falling down or turning to dust. Yeah, I actually made that one with the help of 9/11 Revisionist and another friend. But yeah, so I was surprised you actually shared it. If you shared it completely, it shows the lack of noise as expected. As compared to an actual demolition, explosive demolition, and lack of noise or rubble. I just wanted to point that out. But besides that, yeah, I just wanted to chime in.
Yep. Thank you for being here.
And I put a link to the original video if you guys want to watch it in the chat.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah. All right, all good.
Appreciate it. We do plan on, typically we like to focus on news strategy and activism, but like Ray, people do like to share some stuff about evidence, and I'm willing to even go and talk about things that are, what some might consider, including myself, a little bit on the fringe, but I want to be fair to everybody, so I want to give everybody an opportunity to discuss their subjects. So if we do talk about evidence, it's typically towards the end of the show. This one was pushing 2 hours here already, so at one point in the future, we would like to talk about the directed energy weapon, group. So yeah, we welcome you to come back, you and Norman, when we do that. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, that'd be great. But yeah, thanks for letting me speak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Richard, anything for the group?
Not on my mind. Thanks for being here, Gene.
Yep. Norman, anything for the group wrapping up? If not, all good. Thanks for being here. And Sandra, anything for the group wrapping up?
Yes, I do actually have something to say.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
So a couple of parting ideas. Just keep in mind, any conclusion can be reached about anything, but the value of that conclusion will be inversely proportional to the amount of evidence ignored. Then I also want to give you another quote. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. By using a technology that was beyond the general public's knowledge and comprehension, the perpetrators hoped to be able to commit their crime in broad daylight with impunity. The crime committed on 9/11 can't be defined using tightly controlled science taught in schools and universities, and current laws do not cover acts of magic. Just as hazardous and wasteful technology behind a nuclear bomb can also be used to provide hazardous and wasteful nuclear power, the technology caused the clean and effortless molecular dissociation of the Twin Towers could also be used to give the whole world effortless clean energy. Exposing this clean energy technology means an end to the ruling elite's ability to control and exploit the general population through scarce, expensive, dirty, and inefficient resources, such as oil, coal, nuclear, and renewables. Any group with an interest in maintaining the current paradigm of artificial scarcity and crappy energy technologies which keeps the general population enslaved would have an interest in helping to maintain the 9/11 cover-up, because exposing the crime also exposes the technology to commit it. I'll be on MES's podcast next week, Saturday, discussing the due aspects, and I will be taking on your 10 points, Gene, that you raised on my socials. So please tune in. It's going to be around about 2.5 hours. It's going to be enlightening. And then we'll see what you think of it. That's it. Nothing personal. I've got 55 articles on my Substack. The link is in the description. And then for the newbies who haven't read the book yet, Where Did the Towers Go by Dr. Judy Wood, I suggest you all do it instead of just attacking her in a personal capacity. Work through what she presents there, make up your own mind, and see whether or not that holds any water. She's the only person that's come close to keeping and holding the people accountable, and that's people in your own government. SIAC, ARA, the Directed Energy Professional Society, and they all had a hand in the security and cleanup of Ground Zero. I too was a thermite proponent a couple of years ago, believed everything that Gage and Cole and everybody said until I looked a little bit deeper. That's it. Thank you for actually allowing me to voice my opinion.
Thank you, Norman.
Okay, so this is the 4-hour marathon that we ended up having with regards to debunking Gene's 10 points with thermite versus dew or whatever. So you guys can go through this because I broke it up into smaller sections with regards to every single point that he raised in that marathon. So you can go through it. It's linked to the chapters of Dr. Wood's book. And we counter everything that he basically states. So thermite, done, dusted, doesn't fit the bill. Sorry, go away. You have nothing to stand on. So this is the article, Refutation of the 9/11 Truth and Narratives, a special presentation refuting 10 points of contention against dew. Now, we need to get over to the 9/11 truther movements, all going on about the collapse, demolition, and all of that. So we need to do a thought experiment, and there's 2 short little videos that I want to show you guys with regards to it. And I put it into an article. Again, the 55 articles mentioned to Gene has now grown to over 72 articles. So when we look at a collapse demolition thought experiment, you need to put on your thinking caps, students. So after 22 years, there are still a lot of people blindly believing the government narrative that jet fuel caused the destruction we saw on September 11, 2001. And we do know some people will just always be lost. Just look at COVID and everything that is now coming out 4 years after the fact. So here we have 2 buildings. We've got the Trump Plaza Hotel in the Atlantic City in New Jersey, and it was demolished using conventional controlled demolition techniques, and that is explosives. There's never been any controlled demolitions done using thermite. Point. You can go look for it. You'll never find it because it's never been done. And on the left, we've got what happened on 9/11. So, put on your thinking cap, look at the two videos next to one another and see if you can see the problem.
Hands and spraying. As I stand on the Hackle Bridge, which is closed, it is open to pedestrian traffic. Some people are already in front, but there's just no way for them to. As I look at it, something is, I can't. Is this the building is going? Is that the building going down? Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going down? Yes, that is.
So, I don't think they look anything alike. I've looked at hundreds of normal building demolitions, at steel structure demolitions and all of that kind of stuff, and none of them even faintly looks like what we saw happening to the Twin Towers. Now, this is a very, very interesting 2020 debate with regards to thermite and all of this kind of stuff. So this might just blow your mind.
Welcome to Truth Jihad Radio. I'm Kevin Barrett, bringing on great guests talking about critically important topics. And today we are
doing this show since 2006, and this is a very special annual occasion. It's the 7th annual 9/11 Physics Debate, hosted by Rick Shattuck of Aneta.org, and featuring this year Josh Middledorf and Denis Rancourt.
But the one statement you said was they found nanothermite. Well, no, they didn't. You know, if you read that paper, and I've criticized it as I would act as a reviewer for a material science paper, because I am a material scientist, and I've stated and explained why there is absolutely no reliable evidence of nanothermite presence in that dust based on the data that was reported in that paper. That is a paper that reviewers should have caught as just being untenable, that much more work was needed. And one of the main, just to give you one example of one of the fatal flaws in the paper, they analyzed for aluminum by putting dust on an aluminum holder, a pellet. You need a conducting pellet when you do these measurements in electron microanalysis. Well, they put a little bit of dust on an aluminum slug. You're always going to get an aluminum signal from that. There's no way to avoid it. And that's what they did. And when I pointed this out, they said, yeah, we know, but we're going to do it. We're going to do the measurements again on a different slug, on a non-aluminum slug. I said, great, send me the results when you get them. They never did it. So, you know, if you were to use one word regarding the results of that paper, it would be unreliable. And I'm being polite, okay? No, none of the people. The first author of the paper is not even a material scientist. He'd never used these characterization methods before. I taught these characterization methods at the graduate level at university for years. I know exactly what the artifacts are. They did all the things you should never do, and then they concluded something which you couldn't conclude based on their data, and then it became what everyone's talking about. So it's just not reliable at all. There's no evidence of nanothermite presence at all in the dust from that paper. Now, if in the recent year or two they redid the measurements and they published it, I didn't see it, well, that's something else. But the paper that everyone is citing and talking about, and that was even reviewed in the European Journal of Association Journal recently, a couple years ago, it's a nonsense paper. I'm sorry, but it's wrong. And it normally would not have been published. Now, I'm fine with people publishing things on the internet and having it critiqued openly and so on, but normally using rigorous peer review, that paper would not have been published. In fact, 2 editors-in-chief of that publication resigned over that paper, 2 in a row. So, yeah, no, you can't say there was nanothermite there, in my opinion.
So the main thing with these guys who host these debates in all the years that they've hosted these debates, have never had Andrew Johnson on or Dr. Wood. Only all the disinformation agents. And then something, a small little disclaimer with regards to Dennis Rancourt. He's doing a lot of excellent work with regards to the whole COVID aspect, and if anybody's interested in that and you've been following that, then you should know about him. But unfortunately, when it comes to 9/11, even though he beautifully debunks the thermite aspect of the second or the official approved counter narrative that's gone mainstream, he still believes in some sort of conventional control demolition type thing, or due to jet fuel and all of that kind of stuff. So you you can be correct in debunking a certain aspect, but you can still be blind to something else. And what was very interesting with regards to this is also mentioning the whole problem with peer review, and we've just showed you what the problem with peer review is, because everybody thinks the same. As soon as somebody from the fringes comes, then all of a sudden that is a massive danger to the status quo. We saw that with Pons and Fleischmann in 1989 when they brought cold fusion to the scientific community, and they were ostracized, and Stephen E. Jones was the guy who was leading the charge to discredit them, just to have the technology and the work that they did to be proven as true 20 years later. So basically what Stephen E. Jones did with the whole cold fusion aspect is he put that research behind for 20 years. There are people who've replicated that, and the same with John Hutchinson's work. And just to get back to Paul Loveless and his complete and utter disinformation with regards to Hutchinson's effect, there's countless video evidence of various news teams that went to his apartment and saw it happening in real time. They captured it on video and all of that kind of stuff. And if he wasn't being able to do what he said he was doing and what he was filming, then he wouldn't have worked on the Star Wars program. He wouldn't have had John Alexander come to his place in 1983 and spend 4 months there, and then also actually pay him and give him a fully outfitted lab at Los Alamos in 1986, where they were busy for, I think, 4 months replicating everything that he could do. And the day before they had to do a presentation for the bigwigs or whatever, they set up all the equipment. Everything was working 100% correct. And then the following day when they came in, all of a sudden it didn't work. So somebody most probably came in and sabotaged the whole thing. And there is a 2023 interview on another channel. You'll see that on my Rumble, where John Alexander was interviewed in a 5-hour marathon talking about various things. I broke it down into three separate videos with important aspects for like 10 or so minutes, but you can go watch that whole 5-hour interview with all the black ops, highly secret research that John Alexander was doing. So that's very, very interesting to go and work through all of that. Now I want to get to the David Icke article that I wrote. And this is also very, very, very telling, because in 2002, David Icke wrote a book, Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center Disaster. And in that book, he was actually the first guy mentioning directed energy weapons with relation to the World Trade Center attack. And unfortunately, they were talking about beam weapons. And if you look at the work of John Hutchinson, if you listen to the scalar work of Colonel Tom E. Bearden, it's all about field interference and all of that. You specifically don't need a beam But what was very interesting on pages 366 to 367 was talking about a former East German physicist who studied Soviet infrared technology and plasmoids during the 1960s and 70s. He was directly involved in the demonstration of a Soviet laser beam weapon and all of that. And then they also said in 1991, the GRU demonstrated for the US Air Force Electronic Security Command the capabilities of this infrared beam weapon, reducing a ceramic plate to dust from a distance of 1 mile. He said the demonstration was designed to show the US how a stealth bomber could be turned into dust in the same way. The plate had been turned into such fine dust, he said, that it was difficult to pick up with a vacuum cleaner. The plate was not destroyed suddenly, as if hit by a bullet. Rather, it disintegrated in a process taking about 15 minutes. The physicist said one of the transmitters involved in striking the World Trade Center with a beam weapon could have been located in a high building nearby or a satellite plane or ship. So, very, very interesting that, but once again, no beams were used. What Dr. Wood talks about, what Hutchinson talks about and everything, it's all to do with field interference. And then the scalar waves, if you look at what Nikola Tesla did with his scalar wave technology and the Tunguska event, that's all covered in Dr. Wood's book, so go read her book. What's also very interesting, Andrew Johnson wrote 2 articles with regards to David Icke and what he wrote in this book. And David Icke actually promoted Dr. Wood's book on his website for a time. You can basically just scroll to the bottom of the article where Andrew Johnson sent me a discussion that he and Richard D. Hall had with regards to the whole aspect of David Icke and Dr. Wood's book and how all of that worked. But there's something that I want to bring under your attention, because something strange happened. Somewhere David Icke just took down the link for people to be able to get a hold of her book, and all of a sudden he started chiming in with regards to Architects for Engineered Truth, talking points with regards to Building 7 coming down due to explosives and all that bullshit. He learned about what happened to Dean Warwick. So we're going to listen to an interview with Dean Warwick in 2006. After he had this interview, around about, I'm not sure, it was a couple of months later, where he was giving a presentation with regards to conspiracy theories and weird and wonderful stuff, and he was going to talk about JFK and who possibly was the person. And then he keeled over mid conversation. And we do know, if you've watched the Jesse Ventura documentary that he did on the what was it called, the Death Ray episode that he had, where they were also once again talking about beams, which is completely utter bullshit. He was doing good work, but the word choice and all of that was wrong. And they were mentioning a directed energy weapon type thing that's the size of a pen that can cause somebody to have a heart attack, and that can go through walls. So that technology is out there. I also recently saw a video with a guy, and it was somewhere in the early 2000s, maybe the late 1990s, with a gentleman that created a piece of equipment that was the size of a pencil in a way, and it used a laser that you could point at a window up to 3 miles away, and that you'll point that laser onto a window, and that piece of technology would then be able to hear what everybody's saying in that specific room. So the old days where you think that they've got to plant a bug in your house or whatever is completely and utterly ludicrous, because they could use this little laser beam. That's a directed energy weapon, once again, because there's a whole lot of different directed energy weapons, and they could hear everything that's being said. So the technology is out there. They show you some of these things, but people just can't fathom it, because they also show you these weird and wonderful stuff in spy movies, in sci-fi movies, and all of that kind of stuff. So if they're showing you that technology there, that is most probably feasible in real life, but because you saw it in the movie, and if somebody mentions it to you that it's available in real life, no, that can't be, because it's fucking it's only in the movies, man. So let's listen to what Dean Warwick had to say a couple of months before he died.
Hello there, my name's Dave Starbuck, and welcome to another presentation from Revelation Tapes. By and large, most whistleblowers prefer to keep a very low profile, especially if there's been attempts on their lives, like some of the people I've interviewed. This, of course, is quite understandable. However, certain whistleblowers don't mind stepping center stage, so to speak. And one such man, a former intelligence insider, born in New Zealand, now residing in Scotland, has no qualms about going public. His name is Dean Warwick, and he has a very interesting story to tell. So, without further ado, we'll go over to Dean Warwick in Scotland. Right, good evening, Dean, and first of all, welcome to Revelation Tapes and agreeing to this interview. Now, before we get down to the nitty-gritty, I wonder if you'd be kind enough to tell my listeners a little bit about yourself, your background, and how you became involved with what you did and so on.
Well, I think that begins right back soon after when I was born. My grandfather was a very close friend and had a lot to do with my upbringing along with my parents. My grandfather was the secretary of the New Zealand Justice Department and Prisoners Paroles Board. He was a 19-20 degree Mason. He was not keen on certain aspects of Masonry, although he admitted it had to be a part of his life. He studied Chinese detection and became world renowned for it. Could pick people from a crowd and put tails on them, which was done regularly, well known to me as a child, being firsthand evidencing these events. He told me something as he was dying. He had cancer, and I spent a lot of time with him. I was about 15, and he said that later on in life I would learn something which he couldn't divulge to me, something that would practically destroy me. And I am quite convinced I do know what it is that he was talking about, and it is truly horrifying. It is not being made public. I have yet to see, read, or hear anywhere of evidence of that which I have learned of, and have many confirming reports from police around the UK and from church groups that I was mixed with in the United States before coming to the UK. I was drafted into the New Zealand Army. I topped every course during my officer's training preparation for Vietnam. I was taught how to bring down the Twin Towers using nothing but infrasound.
Really?
Well, we were made to study the experiments by the Russians, the Americans, and the British in the late 50s.
In the late 50s?
Late 50s. This was mid-60s when I was in the military. But here were these joint maneuvers being undertaken in the late 50s by these three superpowers then in the Eastern Bloc, bringing down 25-story buildings using nothing but sound wave infrasound.
Good heavens.
And I did discuss this recent years with a Professor Francie, who remarked and don't, this, that, and the other thing with respect to that 9/11 fast that we saw. And of course, we all know that Michael Meacher, who was a cabinet minister, was removed from office because he publicized the fact that he had read word for word what was to happen to the Twin Towers 3 years before the event.
3 years before the event?
3 years before the event. It was a well-planned thing. It was a well-known thing as a civil and structural engineer, and I have teaching instruments, postgraduate universities, polytechs around the world in my research into certain aspects of engineering, that is, and I knew that there was a calling many years before that the Twin Towers would have to be, should be demolished, which was an engineering facet to the overall game here. And what people do not understand when it comes to New York is the New York Port Authority demand that any building erected in New York must be able to be brought down within its own footprint. In other words, we don't want a 50-story building falling sideways.
Sideways, no, not at all.
Terrible damage. Now, there is something with the Twin Towers which many people have not picked up on. Apart from the films that we have seen, and we see, for example, well, we didn't see for 6 months, we saw nothing of the second Twin Towers building being hit on its face. And I was suspicious about this, thinking there was something they don't want us to know. Then we were told there was to be this screening of this bit of footage showing the plane actually striking the face, and I made a point of seeing it. I sat in front of the television, I saw the plane strike, and I put my head in my hands and I said, "Oh, you bastards, you bloody did it, all right." Talk about some Muslims taking over planes, etc. Forget it. I couldn't establish and prove that with the first Twin Towers building, but certainly with the second. And what I saw was as the plane struck, or the hologram presentation of a plane when it was really a pod that struck, was that the actual structure, the material making up the external skin, each section weighing around 40 tons, it behaved exactly the way it should have done had it been influenced by infrasound, which is what I witnessed with the training that I was doing in the mid-60s, watching what the Brits, the Russians, and the Americans had been doing in Eastern Europe back in the late 50s. So I don't believe much of what is 9/11.
Okay, so that's Dean Warwick. You guys can go through this article, David Icke's Disinformation on 9/11. I edited the conversation that Richard D. Hall and Andrew Johnson had with regards to David Icke into a, 19 minutes,
9/11,
because they had around about a 2-hour discussion, and that's the 20 minutes of David Icke that they discussed. And very interesting also at the same time, you had the Adventures of Tintin comic series in 1956 that talked about an ultrasound device that can turn entire cities to dust, and you've got the link over there that goes to the whole comic, and this is the one specific page that discusses it. So I see we are getting long in the tooth with regards to this presentation, and I didn't want to go over the 3-hour mark, so we're going to go and power through it. I wanted to go over Building 7, but I firstly need to quickly remind you guys of the work of Mark Conlon and his 9/11 plane research. One of my latest, or second latest article is the official plane anomalies on 9/11. It basically dropped yesterday, where Mark did a presentation with regards to the telemetry data of all the planes. It's over here, but it's on his YouTube, it's on his BitChute and all of that kind of stuff, but I needed to just give it a little bit more attention by getting it onto all my various platforms. So please go have a look at that. You've got the links to his YouTube, to his blog. He's now only recently started a Substack, but he doesn't have a lot on there. because all his stuff is in his blog. He will be bringing out, he's told me today, he'll be doing a deep dive with regards to the passengers, because that's what everybody wants. And in this section, he basically also gives you all the information that you need to arm yourself with regards to what the official narrative is with regards to the planes. It's all declassified information that basically just shows you that what we've been told is a lie. So please check out this article, take the links through to his YouTube, subscribe, go to his blog, and subscribe to his Substack, because he'll slowly but surely be integrating all his blog posts to his Substack. So another gentleman that's done great research. If you go to the movie 9/11 Alchemy Facing Reality, it's a 3-hour documentary where around about an hour and a half of that documentary is all based on the research that Mark Conlon's done with various patents with regards to 3D volumetric projection technology and a whole bunch of different stuff. So yeah, just go check out his stuff. And then with Building 7, we did a 2-hour deep dive with regards to Building 7. I've also written a bunch of other articles, especially the hoax. There you'll be able to see the information with the inverted video with explosions added and all of that kind of stuff. Very important. I actually wanted to show a video where Dr. Wood was discussing Building 7 in a November 2023 article, but we are going to jump and not do that because we are running out of time, because I want to get to some of the other disinformation artists. But just before we do that, there is something that I do want to share with you with relation to Building 7, and that's an interaction that I had with Richard Gage and David Chandler when Gage was running his live YouTube presentations where you had questions and answers being asked. He's now stopped that. Same with Colorado 9/11 Truth. After some of their presentations, I was in the comment sections, and I'll tell you exactly when some of the videos, because that's what's coming, and they've now also stopped live, open to the public, live Zoom calls where you can actually ask questions. So that just shows you the old guard and most of these people who are in the 9/11 Truth and Movement, they are all in their late 60s, early 70s. And there's new people coming in. MES is in his 30s. Some other people are okay, not as young as MES. I'm a little bit older because I was in my 20s when 9/11 happened. But yeah, let's get into the uncomfortable situation that I put David Chandler and Richard Gage in when I asked them about some of the seismic readings on Building 7, and this is also a mix with from another channel. It was Field Interference that put part of this together, and I just put in some of my little source into it. So I think you guys will enjoy seeing these guys squirm.
Are you familiar with the work of Dr. Judy Wood? Yes. And if so, what do you think of her conclusions?
Well, Dr. Judy Wood has put together some phenomena, and one of the things that she's put together is excuse me, what yeah, I have the book. Yeah? Yeah. Did you Yeah. Yeah. Next question, right here. Stand up, please.
My question
Stand up, please. Stand up.
My question is more about the seismographic.
I can't hear you.
Is there any seismographic evidence about not only the planes which struck into the buildings, but also about these bombs?
Yes, there's a lot of seismographic evidence, and the 9/11 truth community is not in agreement over how to interpret it or what it means. Everybody seems to have a different opinion about it, and it's rather mystical, if you will, for a lot of people, so I don't have it in this body, but I do believe there's plenty of evidence to actually suggest, for those who look at it, that I trust.
Measuring things. The building falling, could it be measured on the Richter scale?
Well, there were, when it fell, it created seismic waves that were picked up. I don't remember the names of the places. I never looked into that, but Ted Walter, who I was doing this paper with, has done some, and then there's some other guys who have looked at the seismic signals that they picked up from 9/11.
Yeah. The second part of that question was, what seismic readings could we expect? Do you have?
I'm not a seismologist, so let's go on. I'm not a seismologist, so let's go on.
WTC2 just went away at the top, and then WTC1, and then you have these various quarry blasts all day. And then see down here at the bottom, that was an earthquake in the Fox Islands, which is up part of the Aleutian Islands. But look at the thing just before then. That was Building 7 going away. You can't even see it on the chart. It made a 0.6 equivalency on the Richter scale, which is like a jackhammer. And it was 6 times the mass of the King Dome. No wave traveled through the earth. It was only surface waves. That doesn't happen in building demolitions. You always have an S wave and a P wave at building demolitions.
So again, my thanks to MES for helping with the edits. He's just got a little bit more skills than I do. We are now getting into the fun part of actually showing where these guys struggle to answer very simple questions. If, as you saw in the previous comment, as soon as we asked David Chandler about the seismic readings, and he basically said that he doesn't know about it, he never looked into it, type of thing. And he mentioned Ted Walter. Ted Walter is the guy who formed along with David Chandler, the International Center for 9/11 Justice Suppression. He basically went blood red in his bloody face, started coughing, and nearly fell off his bloody chair. So we are now going to go into some of the guys mentioning propelled demolition, using thermite that was painted on nanothermite, all these weird and wonderful stuff. Some of the interactions I had on these open Zoom calls with Colorado 9/11 Truth that was hosted by the International Center for 9/11 Suppression, Boston 9/11, and all these guys. And it's very interesting to see how they try and marginalize evidence and how they can't really answer the bloody questions. And just before we get into that, I told you guys that Alex Jones is a limited hangout when it comes to 9/11. He's done some very, very good work, and that's something that you find in most of these so-called truther talking heads or whatever. They will share 80% of truth, and then the most important 20% that should be discussed, they never discuss. And there are many such discussion points that can be pointed out with regards to these guys. So you must never cling to a specific person and think just because they got a couple of conspiracies right, that turned out to be true, that they are 100% trustworthy. So this is the light debunk of old Alex Jones, and there are a bunch more stuff that I can actually point out. I still follow him, but I don't take everything that he says as the begin all and end all of the alternative truth that's against mainstream and the powers that be.
I believe today it was not a controlled demolition, it was not nanothermite, and it certainly was not the pancake effect of two planes hitting a building. There was something else in play there, Alex. There was a weapon in play that day that I don't even know what it is, but I can equate it to being like a microwave. You know how you can take a piece of chicken and put it on a paper plate and stick it in the microwave and the chicken will burn, but the paper plate won't?
Yes.
Well, something happened that day equivalent to a microwave, and by capturing bin Laden, maybe we could find out what weapon he truly has, because I just learned there were 1,400 cars toasted that day all over the streets of Manhattan.
No, that's right. The cars that didn't have anything fall on them were completely fried, but expanding. Just like a secret helicopter reportedly crashed. We know they're 30 years advanced what they really have, but there's another area that if you look at it, British physicists and others, and it turns out the government did measure this, you can confirm it, radioactive isotopes used in small nukes were picked up in levels off the charts in and around the towers.
No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Now,
nukes were not used.
Well, the radiation was picked up. Now,
no, I don't buy it, because when those towers went down, there was less impact than when they brought down the Superdome in Seattle. And there should have been way more. Those towers literally disintegrated. They went into dust. And nukes don't do that. Not at that level. Radiation would have been extremely high.
Well, I'll tell you, Tower 1 and 2 are very suspicious. But when you look at 7, that's a conventional controlled demolition.
No, it isn't. No, it was not either. Because you got to read the book, Where Did the Towers Go, by Dr. Judy Wood, BS, MS, and PST.
No, I know who she is.
I just finished her book. It's very remarkable.
Mm-hmm. Well, I agree with you that Tower 1 and 2 exploded into pyrotechnic dust, and things are being ejected long distances. But 7, you can see the boom, 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 and the symmetrical collapse into its own footprint.
Yeah, but you also see it lathering up a half hour soon, where smoke started coming out of one side of the building and one side of the building only. You had cases, the dust was everywhere with paper. Always remember, there's a simple thing. When metal when something is hot, it will glow, but it doesn't have to be hot to glow. But not everything that glows is hot.
Well, I know this. They do have a lot of...
There was a weapon used that day, Alex, but it's a weapon that's beyond anything that I know about. I believe today...
So that's Jesse Ventura giving Alex Jones the beans. And numerous people have phoned in over the years telling Alex Jones he's got to have Dr. Wood on, and he has flatly denied that airtime. So put 1 and 1 together. Why doesn't he want to have her on? So now we're going to get back to our friends of this Wayne Costa guy that you're going to see now, the guy with the bald head and grey hair and all of that. He's a guy that's actually trying to push the fact that a plane hit the Pentagon. And along with him, David Chandler as well, that you just saw in this clip. So at one point they are pushing the government narrative, and then on the other side they're supposedly pushing a counter narrative to the official narrative. So what the hell are they actually trying to do? And this whole propelled demolition paper that this Wayne Costa guy wrote that hasn't been peer-reviewed, hasn't been published anywhere or whatever, he's trying to make the argument that the inside core with the walls to the inside core was painted with some sort of super nanothermite. And that is what caused the outer shell of the building to just peel away like a banana. But he's got absolute no answer with regards to the standing core. And if you revert back to my conversation with MES on the refutation of the thermite against dew, there's a section where we discuss the North Tower spire, but especially the South Tower spire, and how you can see that a part of that spire was still standing, and you can physically seeing just disappearing into dust. So please go back to that article of mine where I break down all those specific points and go look especially at the spire point out of the 10 points. But let's listen to Wayne Costa falling over his feet when asked about his propelled demolition theory.
If it wasn't for engaging with the debunkers, I would not have been able to pull this stuff together, and I'd still be lost trying to figure out where the explosives were. Because but that's the long story about how we got there and what that comment is. So.
I think that's a common experience of a number of the researchers that the engaging that they have done with contrary opinions is actually valuable, which is a good argument against censorship, by the way, because no matter how off the wall you think a particular perspective is, who knows what you can learn from it. Okay, Dorothy.
His second question is rather long. With regards to your propelled demolition hypothesis, one needs to remember what is seen in RR welding. Thermite reactions are very audible with hissing, spitting, and have a long duration, like fireworks, sparklers. When looking at the video evidence with regards to the South and North Tower spires, it seems to nullify your hypothesis of where the thermite could have been placed, as you just breeze over the ghost spire, not even attempting to explain the visual of the solid steel spire wobbling and moving to and fro, and then drops down vertically. Now, you did mention there were 16 people that survived at the bottom of the North Spire. So where did that 70-story high spire go, and how did it not drop down on the people below in stairway B and crush them? They didn't suffer any burns from the thermite charges going off and then falling on them from above.
Wow. Okay, so that's quite the thesis. So I guess
that's a little bit too much for this.
So let me just.
Where did the towers go?
It's undeniable. The buildings went away.
Where is all the rubble? It seems so flattened.
If they had collapsed to the ground, you'd have a pile of debris that would correspond to 210-story buildings. That didn't happen.
Where did the towers go?
There ain't enough rubble. Where are they?
There's no debris.
You just can't account for the missing material.
Engineers at the firm that built the building's best guess to account for the missing 1,200 feet of material from each tower is that large portions simply vaporized.
Now look at those pictures just hours after the event, and there was nothing there.
You had a little bit of rubble, but you didn't have 210-story buildings piled up there.
That's the part that's crazy. It's just that's all that's left.
People who have been right down next to the base of what was the trade towers say there's virtually nothing left. Maybe a few flights of stairs, a few stories of one of the buildings.
110 stories at ground level.
110 stories of ground level.
There's a whole lot of evidence and very weird things that happen at the World Trade Center. Okay, there are about 10,000 file cabinets that are missing. There's about 20,000 floor trusses and 220 acres of metal decking that's missing. The question is, where did it go?
.500 pages of meticulous evidence.
So yeah, it's very, very, very a lot of fun getting these guys uncomfortable. There was another question that I asked in the same meeting. I actually had like 6 questions, and at the end of the day, they only asked 3. And the only reason they actually asked more than one after old David Chandler most probably messaged them somewhere and said, no, but this guy, we don't really want to give him the time of day. And I messaged the lady who's going to read out this message now, and I got really uncomfortable because I told them they are being disingenuous and they are not wanting to answer questions. I'm more than in my right to ask a question because they are presenting something and they've got to be able to defend a paper that they are trying to put out there. And yeah, just see the way that she squirms, and then more squirming from the guy who's written this paper, and he's basically worked with all the so-called debunkers, and he had a little note on his paper bad-mouthing somebody. And once again, it proves to you that these people will never enter into an honest conversation. And we'll get to that with the 9/11 War Room and all of these guys, because they know for a fact, as soon as you bring in the evidence that Dr. Wood presents, they've got nothing to defend what they are pushing. So, yeah, another one. Get the popcorn and make sure you don't fall off your chair laughing.
You touch on a partial list of refuted hypotheses regarding what happened as well. I am interested in your criticism of DEW, which I think means directed energy weapons. Is that right? I've read Dr. Wood's book, and she discussed the lack of seismic readings, and she also refers to the changes of the Earth's magnetic field. Do you have any thoughts on this? Because if you look at the core columns where the survivors were, they weren't bent, bolts weren't ripped out, and on the one tower's remains, you had some of the wee checks that came and bolted in the middle of a grid. How would you explain this?
Hey, Dorothy, I think I'm going to preempt this one. I don't think we want to get into the Judy Wood hypothesis. I'm just going to say we're not going to go there. Let's go on to the next one. Fran, are you disagreeing?
Yes, I'm disagreeing. I think we should stick to our principle of no censorship.
No censorship, but it's been thoroughly discussed. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm not going to talk about Judy. In fact, we're not going to talk about Judy at all. We're going to keep her out of it.
So there's a lot of things that are there, and other than being very familiar with the Judy Wood's hypothesis at the high level, there's absolutely no evidence for any remote form of energy. First of all, we're looking at 2,000, the damage that you can see, which would be from energy that would be directed, was something on the order of 1.5 million kilowatt hours. That's the equivalent of transporting instantly the Saturn V, not instantly, over the course of 11 seconds, the energy of a Apollo 5 or Saturn V rocket. So where can you get that kind of energy? You can't even build power plants, enough power plants to create in 11 seconds. That's like that's like all the energy in the entire electrical grid for those 11 seconds for the entire North America, right? That's how much energy you're talking about having to create a weapon that's gonna do that. The only way that you can do that is to store energy and you can only store it in chemical bonds, and the bonds that we've identified are the nanothermites, which are locally placed. There's no mechanism by hitting something with microwaves or any other form of energy that's going to create hot gases in the middle of the building that's going to blow things apart, including this panel, this surfing perimeter column that I've hypothesized. There's no basis for the directed energy weapon hypothesis, period.
Okay.
Thermite, just real quick, we're almost to the end here. So it's a steel frame building with aluminum cladding. All right, so let's grind up some aluminum. Yeah, and turn it to dust. We have a bunch of aluminum dust. And then grind up the steel, and it's going to rust immediately. So you have rust plus aluminum. That's thermite.
Okay.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you have that in the dust?
Right.
Yeah.
And another thing that was missing on 9/11 is, some evidence that was missing. Here's some thermite. That was missing on 9/11. Nobody was blinded by light.
Okay.
So that wipes out nukes, mini nukes, whatever, thermite, various other things, high heat. It's just that's just welding railroad track.
Base of the planet, or is there any heat at all? You're the physics guy that can make steel just turn to dust.
No, not to my knowledge. There is no method in the white world that is known that can turn this to dust, and therefore because of that situation, people will deny that this can have happened, and they'll dismiss these events, dismiss this research, say it's impossible, I'm not going to look at it. And on the next slide, number 3, I don't want to keep this up for more than a few seconds, but it initially was my entry into this. I said I did part of my degree in physics, and on the screen there, a few people might recognize this as one of the equations of motion, and you can calculate from the height of the towers how long it would have taken to drop an object from the top down to the bottom, and it was about 9.16 seconds or thereabouts, and that was the time in which they disappeared. And as Erich Husschmid once said, it's impossible for the building to fall through itself at the same speed as it falls through thin air. And the only way that those speeds can match is if the buildings essentially offered no resistance during the destruction. And that's what Dr. Judy Wood demonstrated in her research. Now, I found this out. If you look at slides, well, just click through slide 5 and slide 6. Go on to slide 6. I joined the Scholars for 9/11 Truth group, and this fellow in that group called Stephen E. Jones, he did a presentation in 2006, and I watched that presentation. I made a video of it for him, and he sent me his PowerPoint, and you can see he used a particular photograph which shows this steel turning to dust, which we just talked about, and that's the one on the right. And I saved that directly from his PowerPoint presentation. But I found the original photograph, I think, via Dr. Judy Wood, and that's on the left there. And you can see how this photograph has been subtly changed. And Dr. Jones was pointing out these little white dots that you can see in the right-hand image. And he said, oh, you can see this thermite reacting. And thermite is an incendiary. It's not even an explosive. He was claiming that this was the main destructive mechanism of the building.
Yeah, I've heard this thermite theory from this guy called Richard Gage.
Correct.
And the question that I have about that, and maybe we'll talk to him in the upcoming days, but thermite is a very bright, like it has this light that emanates.
That's right.
And it's blinding, a very small amount of it. Enough thermite to take down buildings of that size, 110-story structures like that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that would look like a quarter of the sun was burning in New York City.
Go to the next slide, number 7, and you'll get a kind of feel for that. And this, again, you're exactly right, Stu, because this shows a still from on the right from a Brainiac video where they put thermite and it burns through a car engine. You know, and I was shown this by Stephen E. Jones, or images like this, not this exact image, but Stephen E. Jones, the physicist from Brigham Young, was using images like the one on the left there, claiming that this orange material was thermite. And then, as you say, that was later picked up by Richard Gage and the Architects and Engineers Group, starting from around about 2007. And I edited this video together in 2006 for Stephen E. Jones, where there were two individual clips. One still is from the top image. There's one still from one video, and I think the bottom image is one from the other on slide number 7 there. And that's how I got involved. And I didn't realize what I was doing. I thought Jones was an honest guy, you know, and he put this thermite theory, and I thought it was a legitimate theory, but he used me to help him put out disinformation. And my name was mentioned by Dr. Judy Wood and Morgan Reynolds in one of their articles where they were addressing this thermite theory of Jones and pointing out such things as you just said about the brilliance of the reaction. And as you said, if you scaled that one on the right, it's like a little pot of material about 8 inches high, and you scale that up to, you know, 1,300 feet, and it's going to be, you know, everyone's going to be blinded and burned and everything. So. And then if you go to the next slide, that says I was used to put out disinformation. And then number 9 is what actually happened. So the buildings turned to dust, and Dr. Wood found these two images. The one on the left shows the Bankers Trust building, the dark colored building in the mid-ground. That's 40 stories high. So she asked the question, if you look at that sort of ball of dust there, which he calls a snowball, do you think, it's a rhetorical question, there are 70 stories of building within that snowball? And I think it's pretty hard to imagine that there would be. That's mid-destruction. So we've got 70 stories of building which have already disappeared. And that seems to have somehow gone into that snowball, which is what we see traveling down almost. And then, as she pointed out then, the image on the right, it looks like the material is kind of bubbling out. It's bubbling out from a sort of drinking fountain affair.
Blinded by the light.
Yeah, so when anybody talks to me about thermite, I think about this video, Blinded by the Light, because that sure as hell did not happen on 9/11. With Stu Peters, I've got my reservations about this guy. I don't really know how to put my finger on him. It was good that that he had Johnson on, because Johnson was approached by one of their producers. It's not like he reached out to them. And this interview was held on September 11, 2023. And strangely enough, 2 guests after him came on to talk about the planes and the Pentagon and all of that kind of stuff. And you could see where, I've just got to rewind a bit. Initially, they wanted Andrew on for 15 minutes. He said, no, there's no way that I can go through some of this in 15 minutes. It's just way too short. They extended it to 30 minutes. And then the 2 subsequent Army guys had 50 minutes each. And after listening to him, you can see it in 2 different ways. Either that he wanted to marginalize Andrew and push the official narrative, but when you look at what his posts on X and Telegram was, he was making fun of the fact that a plane could hit the Pentagon, whilst he had 2 guys on pushing the government narrative, saying, oh, I'm a fucking army guy, I'm a general or whatever. So I think the whole intention was good. Andrew Johnson did mention SIAC and ARA and all of those guys. Stu Peters said that he would have those guys on. It hasn't happened yet, and after that has happened with October 7 and all of that kind of stuff, he's just gone on a whole fucking different tangent. So pointless. Limited hangout, I've given him a little bit of shit in his X posts and all of that kind of stuff. You guys also please need to do that as well, because I can't be a one-man army. We need help. So if you're awake or woken up to the cover-up of the cover-up of the cover-up, come on guys, get involved, start sharing the stuff, arm yourself with the information or whatever, so that you can push back on everything. And there's something that we also saw in this Costa guy talking about, how much energy did we need to be able to dustify the buildings and all of that. They love going into that aspect. But if you've watched videos on 0 point energy and free energy and all of that, they basically use very little energy coming in, and they can push out a lot more energy. So this whole aspect, you've got to use enough energy that the whole Northern America can use it. It's absolute bloody well bunk. And now we need to move over to other fun fact boykies. And this is now James Fetzer on the right, the co-founder of Scholars for 9/11 Truth, and Joe Olson. There is an article that I wrote with regards to these guys, because me and old Olson got into a rigmarole with regards to the information on 9/11. I posted a lot of information and questions and observations to him that he never answered. It's all in the article. And then you've got Professor James Fetzer, who's also a very huge proponent in the so-called truthist sphere when it comes to JFK and a whole bunch of different aspects and all of that. But he used to be a proponent of Dr. Judy Wood in 2007. We will be getting to an interview that he had in 2007 shortly. But in this video, with regards to the fact of how much energy is needed for a DEW, they go into showing how short-sighted the whole thermite aspect is. But unfortunately, these two morons are now pushing the buried nuke, mini nuke aspect that is also easily debunkable. But have a listen to what they say about the calculation or whatever for how much thermite would have been needed in order to affect whatever happened. And once again, remember, we didn't see two huge sparklers going off on 9/11.
Very, very troubled to have been forced to that conclusion that the man I made the co-chair of Scholars for 9/11 Truth when I founded it in December of 2005 actually was an expert in promoting what I regard as a limited hangout, the nanothermite theory, which, as I've explained, cannot possibly explain the data. In fact, just to illustrate its absurdity, Niels Harrit, who was an associate professor at the University of Chemistry at the University of Copenhagen, emeritus, when asked how much nanothermite it would take to destroy a twin tower, he said 29,000 metric tons. 29,000 metric tons of nanothermite to destroy a tower, Joe. I mean, how absurd is that?
Yes, on their misinformation publication that they put out with one of their DVDs, the architects and engineers for 911 Truth said that it takes 0.13 pounds of thermite to melt each pound of steel. Well, if you're missing 100,000 pounds of steel, tons of steel, how many tons of thermite? Exactly. Yeah, that they've absolutely proven themselves to be relaying false information if they can't even do the basic physics involved in that calculation.
Yeah, it's deliberate obfuscation, Joe. I mean, this is misleading. So I'm very, very...
Okay, so that's them on how much thermite you would use, and that's impossible. How do you get thousands of tons of thermite into the bloody building? So sorry, once again, thermite, no go. The experiments done is completely hogwash. the paid to publish paper that it was reviewed in, with 2 of the editors that resigned because of that paper that was published without their foreknowledge or approval, is an issue. So there's more than enough information with regards to that, and you can go onto my Rumble channel. I recently uploaded a ultimate debunk of thermite that basically shows you the discussion on the fake paper that was put in, the debunk of it with Dennis Rancor, and then why you would find thermite in the dust because of the aluminium cladding and the rust on the steel beams and everything. Now, when it comes to Fetzer, even though he's a limited hangout now because he's pushing the mini nukes or buried nukes or whatever, even though he can never, that's what he states, but he can never explain to you where it was, what it did, how it works or anything. He just says it was that in a story, and he can't prove anything. But he does mention certain truths with regards to it. And this was an interview he did with a good friend of mine in, I think, 2021 or 2022, where he was pushing his thermite, his nuke theory and all the other stuff with the Israelis or this or that, and all the other bluff around it. But still, there were sections where I posted questions with regards to Building 6 and all of that. You can go through the 2.5 hour conversation they had. You won't see my questions being asked, but the interviewer asked the questions that I asked. And then Fetzer just ended up folding. So here is a little snippet of where he actually proves that Dr. Wood is right.
And indeed, look at this. This is an absolutely fantastic photograph. You can see the buildings. This is the North Tower being converted into millions of cubic yards of very fine dust. And Jeremy, there in the foreground, that's building 7, that 47-story structure that would only come down 7 hours later.
That's, I think, the same photograph that Judy Wood uses on her book, on the cover of her book.
Oh yeah, sure. And I'll talk about Judy. I mean, she when I talk about how it was actually done, yeah, Judy calls this a bubbler. It's a fantastic photograph. Judy also emphasizes here the core columns of the North Tower being subjected to molecular disintegration. So here you can see them turning into dust. This is the final remnant of the North Tower turning into dust. Now, what I'm pointing out here is this is no collapse. This is the utter demolition of these buildings by some very powerful source of energy that cannot possibly have been accomplished by conventional explosives or even by nanothermite, as I'm going to explain here. And indeed.
So yeah, so there's a little tidbit of truth. Now we need to rewind to 2007, and this is pretty much when Dr. Morgan Reynolds filed his QTAM case with regards to the plane impact study, and Dr. Wood filed her QTAM case with regards to the destruction at the World Trade Center. Matthew, unfortunately, this is a low quality video that I found on a obscure website, deeply hidden away on the interwebs and all this kind of stuff. So it's people, please, I do apologize for the low video quality, and the sound itself is a bit soft, so you might need to crank up the volume a little bit just to hear this clearly. But it's going to show you how Jim Fletcher is discussing technology with regards to directed energy weapons, all the anomalies at the World Trade Center that's not explainable by conventional controlled demolition, explosions, bombs, blah, 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 blah. Everything. He even mentions the toasted cars. He mentions the cookie cutter of World Trade Center 6 and all this kind of stuff. And then he also tells you how you can go about discrediting a fellow researcher. And keep in mind, as soon as Dr. Wood, Morgan Reynolds, Andrew Johnson, and a bunch of the people who woke up to Scholars for 9/11 Truth's actual purpose left, then the attack started. So this is a very, very important video to know about, to see what's going on, and you can go read about this in Andrew Johnson's book, 9/11, Finding the Truth.
Something very sophisticated.
Any idea what kind of EM weapon?
No, but we're looking more closely at what's available now. For example, on her website, drjudywood.com, Judy's added now a new appendix about multiple kinds of weapons in the laser families. We've discovered there's a 747 mounted version that has tremendous potential to deliver from the air. And of course, the use of satellites, even for reflective purposes, has always been a serious possibility. In 1991, an experiment was conducted with a low-intensity laser reflected off of a mirror in space and came back and hit its target on Earth. So this has been around for quite a while. We're not the only ones to explore this, by the way. I mean, Judy wasn't the first, though I think she's been the most thorough. Webster Tarpley, for example, in his book Synthetic Terror, in discussing the massive demolition, pulverization of the Twin Towers, discusses the possibility that a directed energy weapon may have been involved there, and refers to the work of Jim Hoffman. And later in his book, Webster talks about the possibility that the plane in Pennsylvania was taken down using a chemical laser. So considering how mainstream Webster is regarded by the 9/11 community, to me it seems to me very unfair that Judy should be somehow isolated, and I detect more than a sexism involved here. Well, there are many ways to try to smear somebody. I mean, even a phrase can do it, like talking about space beams or death rays. You know, that's just about enough. And, you know, if you stop and realize, my God, we've been working on this stuff for decades. This has been a priority of the Air Force, to develop space-based weapons that will allow us to control the Earth from space. Well, you can't do that unless they have devastating power. And that's what they've developed, and we haven't been let in on the secret.
Right. And have you heard anything specifically about the weaponry used in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Yeah, there was a very interesting report, along with an interview with General Myers and Donald Rumsfeld, where Rumsfeld was being asked by reporters whether they would ever reach into their arsenal of weapons in production in research stage and use them. And Rumsfeld was acknowledging, yeah, sometimes you might have a problem where you want back into your research inventory, even though it's not really fully developed, and see what you can do with it. And at this point, General Myers is actually trying to cut him off from talking any further about this. I think Myers thought there were hazards in going in this direction. But in the course of the same interview, there's discussion about, for example, a vehicle, I take it was a Volkswagen bus, wilting like a damp cloth. And all the occupants were killed, but the reports from those who were witnessing this said that they didn't hear a sound, there were no bullets, no noise, it just wilted. And this seems to me very consistent with the toasted car phenomenon as we have been exploring it in relation to the WTC.
Right. And in Lebanon, doctors are finding people with holes in their bodies and some very strange, they can't explain what happened to these people.
That's right. I think what you're talking about is just exactly what the Russian general observed, namely that the military-industrial complex wants to try out these whole new families of weapons to convince the Department of Defense that they work so they can get these $100 billion contracts.
Not just testing, but demonstration.
On live subjects, right, which, of course, the Health and Human Services wouldn't approve in the United States. Though there have been reports about the military using microwave weapons to maintain crowd control and how this makes your skin feel as though you're on fire, but allegedly does no lasting damage. The fact that they haven't conducted the tests, however, indicates they don't in fact know it does no lasting damage, which is why they want to conduct the tests.
But they have. They call it non-lethal weapon. They have.
That's right.
Been on TV.
Non-lethal weaponry. Every now and then you get a breakthrough where you get a glimpse of some of this, what's going on.
They got this TV show, Future Weapons. It's on almost every night.
Wonderful. Plus, it turned out, even when I was studying what had happened to Paul Wellstone, I became convinced that back in 2002 that they'd use a directed energy weapon to overwhelm the electrical system and cause the solenoids, these electrical switches that control the pitch of the props, to activate and put the props on idle, which meant, of course, that the plane had no forward thrust and would inevitably crash. I covered that there was a whole professional society devoted to directed energy, and they were meeting then for, I think, the 8th year. They were meeting in Hawaii. So here you had, and if you read their website, it talked about all these kinds of weapons that can perform all of these kinds of feats. And I mean, you don't have a professional society for something that's in the planning stage. I mean, this is a real deal.
Well, so we don't have any specifics on what exactly. I mean, we just have guesswork on what exactly type of EM weapons, like you already said, the space-based programs. We don't have anything.
Yeah, but
specific
what we have are effects that do not appear to be explainable on any other basis than some new kind of high-tech weapon. And notice the ingenuity. Notice the ingenuity in doing this. Yeah, it's the pulverization of the building, the thoroughness of that, but also that gouge in Building 6, the cookie cutter incisions in Building 5, 4 half gone, half intact, 3 that huge gouge. These are all very strange phenomena, and we have therefore a class of effects that seem to be inexplicable in the government's account or on the conventional explosive account. I just don't see any way they can explain them. Not to mention the toasted cars.
People are going to ask, what about the debris falling off the buildings? Couldn't they have made the holes?
Yeah, but you may recall I mentioned in passing, you'd expect that to be a rather random phenomenon. You'd expect similar kinds of damage from all this debris, which was being blown in all directions, yeah. And you expect it to be very similar in the different buildings and that there would be a pattern there, and there is not. What you have are these very distinctive kinds of effects that seem to require a different explanation. So I think there are lots of reasons to raise questions about these things, and I don't understand why they shouldn't all be perfectly legitimate subjects for investigation.
Okay, guys, yes, I see you guys moaning in the comment section now. Oh, it's the longest podcast, wow, and all this kind of stuff. But unfortunately, if you want to go through 23 years worth of disinformation and all of that kind of stuff, you need to be thorough. And I'm trying to put this into one little section because we are sitting in a society these days that don't read. You can give them a book and they'll use it as some sort of, I don't know what. So this is video evidence. You can download the podcast. You can break it down to smaller sections. That's just most probably what I will do onto my Substack article as well. So I do apologize for it being a little bit longer than I planned, because I actually looked at what the videos that I was going to be sharing would be around about 3 hours, but yeah, and then I just go and then I come in and just blabber. But we nearly finished. There are a couple of more interesting and important aspects with my interactions that I had in 2023. And I need you guys to see this. And I need you guys to go out and also go into these rooms and ask them the difficult questions, because they don't want me there anymore. They don't want MES there anymore because they've identified us. But they don't know about you guys who are still here after 3 hours. We've still got close to 40 people if I'm looking at the live show right now. So after you've now listened to what Fetzer had to say in 2007 and what he's been proposing against the Architects for Engineered Truth and their whole thermite thing, trying to push his mini nuke aspect, my other question is, who got to Fetzer? Is it, because that's in 2007, that is just after Dean Warwick was outed and gotten rid of. Around Dr. Wood, you had one of his students, Gene Malov, and there was somebody else who was also taken out. So, and the same with David Icke. So there was a push to make sure that nobody pushes Dr. Wood's work and evidence that she actually presented. So now listen to this interaction, and that is in the same presentation that he gave with Jeremy Nell, aka Germ Warfare. That's pretty much here in South Africa, where I am the Joe Rogan of South Africa, because he was pushing against everything during 2020 when the whole world went gagas. Now listen to Fetzer bashing Dr. Wood less than 2 years ago. So who the hell is he? Who got to him? And why the hell is he trying to play victim in a way when you look at this video?
It turns out, as I'm about to explain, that Judy Wood turns out to be the mystical leader of what turns out to be a pseudo-scientific cult, where they have a sacred text, where did the towers go, and a Praetorian Guard, including a fellow named Thomas Potter, another fellow named Andrew Johnson. It may even be that Richard Hall supports Judy, who will attack viciously anyone who challenges their view. Well, when I discovered 2,000 attacks on my review, I realized I need to adjust, and I downgraded it to a 3-star review and added the results of the U.S. Geological Survey, which had conducted dust studies at 35 locations in Lower Manhattan and found elements that would only have been present had it been a nuclear event: barium, thorium, lithium, lanthanum, tritium, some of which only exist in radioactive form. So I added that. Judy had to take into account this new evidence or abdicate her role as a scientist. The last time I had the opportunity to check, Jeremy, there were over 7,000 attacks on my review of Judy's book. I mean, there were occasional intermittent support, but the overwhelming majority were attacking my review for criticizing Judy Wood. In scientific inquiry and specifically, and in rational investigations generally, you must adjust your conclusions when you're presented with new evidence or alternative hypotheses. Here we have the U.S. Geological Survey dust studies, which have been complemented, by the way, by fantastic incidents of abnormal cancers, multiple myeloma, leukemia, esophageal, pancreatic cancer. Judy cannot explain on the basis of directed energy weapons. Ergo, since to be scientific is to...
So he's full of shit because Dr. Wood actually takes on the whole nuclear aspect, tritium, barium, dysprolium, everything that he's bloody well talking about. So he's flat out lying there, because he basically is hoping that he's talking to people who never actually read a book and doesn't understand what's in it. So when you go to the dust studies and all of that different aspects, they actually also found organic matter in the dust. So you can't have a high heat event with regards to a nuclear event and still have organic matter, because organic matter would be vaporized, burnt up, gone, and you won't have it. And also at the same time, you had different metals and everything with higher and lower melting points, where certain aspects of the metals that had a much lower melting point being more present in the dust samples. So that once again moves you back to the whole aspect of cold fusion, the intersecting scalar waves and all of that kind of stuff that completely and utterly debunks nuclear weapons. So again, if you want to arm yourself and know exactly what happened, you need to study Dr. Wood's book. As you said, read it from cover to cover, not here and there and there and there, cover to cover 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times. Go to her FAQ, go to her website, go to everything, go through it and study it. And this is why it's so difficult to have a conversation about 9/11, because there is so many levels to this, so much disinformation. There is a idea that this has been 30 years in the making. So there was more than enough time for the guys to cover all the various angles and lay these Easter eggs of points of contention, of getting people to be divided amongst themselves whilst they're fighting about planes or fighting about this or that or that or that, or the various competing theories of having people say it was explosions or being this, or whilst being distracted of the actual evidence. And it's something you've got to keep in mind, because all the people who are anti what she presents actually have never read her book or studied it. So we are in the final section of this. We are nearly done, and I do appreciate everybody who's actually still stayed on, who are actually truth seekers and not followers, and people who can actually think critically. So I'm going to go to another 9/11 truther. This gentleman is one of the guys who had me flailing for the whole thermite idea. His name is Jonathan Cole, PE. This gentleman did a couple of experiments with regards to thermite. He got steel beams, welded them together, put thermite thingy-bobbies against the steel girders and everything, and then tried to prove that thermite can cut through a beam, but he never built it up to a 1,300 foot building. He's made a lot of claims with regards to the Beckamp paper with the pancake effect and trying to debunk that. That once again comes back to the whole peer review aspect that's completely flawed. So we people who won't allow anything on the fringe. It I did a 20-minute debunk of what his answer was to my question. So I'm just going to play the question. You'll find the 20-minute aspect on my various video channels, Rumble, Odyssey, and I didn't put it on my new YouTube channel, but I'm going to play the question. And when he answers, I basically split it to him answering a question, then putting in a video aspect disproving that his answer is complete and utter bullshit. So here is the question I asked him.
Question. It's 250 words, so I'm going to do a little reading here.
Okay. Thank you, Gene.
When looking at the video evidence with regards to the North Tower spire, one can see the solid steel spire wobbling and moving to and fro, and then it drops down vertically. Yes. Hang on a sec, I lost my place. There were 16 people that survived at the bottom of the North Spire, so where did that 70-story high spire go? It did not drop down from the people below in stairway B and crush them. They weren't blasted to bits by explosives or deafened by any blasts, and they testified to hearing a rumbling like a freight train coming at them. No explosions or hissing and spitting of thermite going off. They were not blinded by bright thermite flashes going off or burnt by molten steel raining down on them, but they did not die due to radiation poisoning from nukes going off, and once the dust settled, they saw blue sky above them. Where did the 500,000-ton building go? There was a lack of rubble on the ground that is not in line with the typical demolition, where one would expect a rubble pile of about 12% of the original height of the building before a controlled demolition. Building 6 towered over the rubble pile of the North Tower. Almost done. There, nothing resembling, I don't know where there was one question so far, it's mostly, nothing resembling the contents of 110 floors of offices were found in the rubble. No tables, chairs, any of the expected 45,000 filing cabinets. They found some ID cards, stuffed animals. That was it. Now, before you try to say the lack of 12% rubble pile can be explained by all falling into the basements, the following needs to be noted. The first responders who were the first to go into the basements made the following observations. There were 3, and then we're done with this question. 1, the deeper they went, the more preserved everything was. 2, they found an eerie world of underground shopping malls and car parks that in places that were virtually untouched. And 3, a lot of the cars were driven out from there. Lastly, the seismic readings of both towers, 2.3 and 2.1, which equated roughly to 20 and 16-story buildings respectively. And in my mind, that is a smoking gun observation that needs to be addressed. And somehow that's a question.
There goes the second tower. Unfucking-believable.
We have a grace period here. We've got 2 weeks just to get into as many of these cracks and crevices and get down deep to find them. Going in, if you had to stop and sit down and think, you might worry that, man, this thing could come down any minute. So you just kept your mind active.
During the first 50 feet of their descent, the rescue teams were confronted by a mass of twisted beams and crushed ceilings. Then they began to find signs of what had been there before. Further down, they discovered staircases that were almost intact, which aided their descent into the underworld.
Another van!
The deeper they went, the more preserved everything was. 100 feet down, they found an eerie world of underground shopping malls and car parks that in places were virtually untouched.
When you'd enter into a location, it looked as it did on September 10th. Some of the parking areas, the cars were in pristine condition. A lot of the cars were driven out of the place.
Okay, so that's just a small little idea of John Cole and the video that I did with regards to his whole aspect with his Camp paper trying to discuss the demolition of the towers and all of that. Now, we do have another organization called Truth Action Project. Now, something very interesting. This is a bit of a tongue-in-cheek play on words with regards to tap. I've always wanted to learn how to tap dance. And interesting enough, this is around about last month, they used to be 9/11 Truth Action Project, but they changed their name to Truth Action Project. And I had an interaction with them in, I think, October last year with regards to 9/11. Where I asked a question to Richard Gage. We're going to go play it right now, where I basically showed that he is a disinformation agent, and then all of a sudden they changed their name. And they also changed their Facebook page, and I was immediately banned from their new Facebook page. So this is the question that we asked. There was another question asked by, I think, MES or somebody else with regards to the rubble pile. But I think this question is very pertinent, especially if you think about the interaction that I showed earlier with Abraham in 2011, asking about the evidence that he's not discussing. So give this a listening to, and then you know that he is not to be trusted.
You just in a moment, but let's go on.
Tyler McDonald, I think you said.
Yes, thank you. Please go. And I see Colin next. Okay. Tyler, please.
Tyler,
Unmute.
I could read your chat. Tyler,
unmute.
Question in the chat.
Yeah, just read his chat.
Oh, is it in there?
Hey, Trina, I'm going to read Tyler's question.
Go for it.
Okay, Tyler writes in chat. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for being able to ask a COVID and a 9/11 related question. This is for Richard especially, but Mike's feedback as a lawyer would be appreciated. With regards to court cases against NIST, I have done some reading and I have found that there were several cases filed against NIST, and especially the 23 subcontractors who NIST tasked with drawing up reports that made up the 10,000-page NIST report over the last couple of years. Here we have a 10,000-page NIST investigation that investigated everything that happened after the towers suffered damaging explosions and then ended before the towers underwent their final demise. Makes you laugh, doesn't it? Their language was up to the initiation of collapse. That is science fraud. Any lawyer worth his salt should know that. To get to my question, 2 cases were filed by 2 professors in 2007 against these 23 subcontractors for science fraud, and one of these cases was filed as high up as the Supreme Court in 2009. So my question is, why have you been keeping mum about these cases and the evidence presented for the last 14 years? Ooh, and why is Richard Gage, A&E 9/11 Truth, the International Center of 9/11 Justice, not talking about these cases, seeing it demolishes your theories on explosives and thermite? This is a challenging question. This is in the chat. Lastly, Richard, why are you trying so hard to keep yourself and the rest of the soldiers relevant in the called truther movement, seeing you've been showed to be a disinformation agent like Fauci and NIH? You seem to be the COVID virus of 9/11 Truth. Now that is a very challenging, damning thing. I don't think, I certainly Richard, you have someone who's naysaying you.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
I don't know what that's up with that.
The debunkers will do that. I didn't know about these 2 cases. Mick, did you know about these other cases?
Well, I still don't know about them, Richard. They weren't named in the chat. I'd like to see them if they're there. As far as I know, they're not there.
Okay, so let's let the chatter, Tyler can post those cases in the chat. They'll be recorded. TAP will have a record of that. So we're going to pass on that. We're going to move on to the next question.
And that was Steve Davis.
Steve.
Andrew and Judy have evidence that you are not paying attention to, because I have been reading the book.
Oh, I read the book too. Yeah.
You read the book too? Oh.
I supported this organization and I'm a big fan of it, but I found out there was all this evidence that you weren't talking about. There's evidence such as the New York City seismographic data, the University of Alaska magnetometer data, the New York Police Department forensic study that found only one file cabinet of the thousands. The rest of them were missing. And the one remaining file cabinet showed severe metal distortion, almost like it had been warped in some way. The undamaged bathtub beneath World Trade Center, the trains that were down there, the PATH trains, all this information that's easily verifiable. And I was wondering why you weren't talking about it. And I was really concerned, and I only mentioned a couple of things. There are hundreds and hundreds of things. And so I wanted to message you and see if you had heard of them. And because the scientist that found all this information is also a scientist like you, her name is Dr. Judy Wood. She's a PhD scientist, got her degree in materials science engineering from Virginia Polytechnic Institute. I thought you would really want to know about this. So
yeah, this is really important.
So
let me address the issue. There is
address my question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, basically, I found out that she took legal action too with all this information, and so I sent you the question in an email if you had heard about any of this evidence and why you weren't talking about it. But you banned me from your petition. Mr. Gates, why don't you mention any of the large sum of very important empirical evidence from 9/11 on your website or in the presentations?
A quick summary is that the buildings didn't burn up, nor did they slam to the ground, but they turned into dust in midair. How do I know that? Because if they had collapsed to the ground, you'd have a pile of debris that would correspond to 210-story buildings. That didn't happen. Lower Manhattan would have been flooded due to a broken bathtub, the dike that holds out the Hudson River. Few people realize that the towers were built in the Hudson River. And the bedrock is 70 feet below the water table. So there's this dike, they call the bathtub or slurry wall, that holds out the Hudson River. If you crash down two 500,000-ton buildings onto the bathtub, it would have ruptured and flooded the subway tunnels, the PATH train tunnels. That didn't happen. As a matter of fact, when they took down the remains of Building 6, they used a cable to pull it down because they were afraid to use explosives. And this was a 6-story building. It was just this little clump left. And the other way I know that it wasn't that buildings turned to dust, just the simple way, is that if the buildings had collapsed to the ground, they'd make a thud, and the seismic signal that was recorded did not correspond to the size of the buildings. The seismic signal corresponded to a 16-story building or a 20-story building, not 110-story buildings.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
I've seen collapses and demolition buildings, but nothing like this. Was unbelievable. Like I said, there wasn't a door, there wasn't anything to be found. It was all disintegrated, all rubble. Concrete was small little pieces, not even slabs. No desk, no furniture, no computers, no phones, no anything. So I imagine the people were the same as the building, nothing left.
Look at the cover of my book. What it shows, it's undeniable to anyone who looks at it. The building is just frothing up into dust.
Yeah, so that was TAP, and we will hear from that lady that you guys just heard talking there in the final wrap up in the next couple of minutes. We are really, really, really nearly done. But we need to also visit the International Center for 9/11 Justice Suppression, because these guys are the main CEO, Ted Walter, worked for Architects for Engineered Truth and Richard Gage for 8 years. He was basically the media liaison officer. And his co-founder is David Chandler. And then you had the guy from the whistleblower from what's it again? The guys who did the fake fire tests. Now, we also had the quick chance to ask questions to old Teddy, and they pushing the idea of the guy on the left whose brother died in one of the towers, and he's pushing for a new investigation with regards to his brother. He initially was involved with AE, and he's now been pulled over. So there's a lot of controversy with regards to Ted Walter taking people out of architects and engineers, and so a lot of politics. But just listen to this interaction, the questions being asked, and how the detailed question that I asked is being denigrated into nothing. Especially with Ted Walter stating that he's read an inkling of this or that or that or that or that, but he also gives himself away at the same time, stating that he knows about Dr. Wood's work. So again, this should raise suspicions.
Let me read this. Matt, sorry for your loss, and I commend you for your concerted effort over the years to keep the memory of your brother alive and fighting for a new investigation. I'm not well read up on exactly what processes you've followed and what kind of leverage you've tried to use to get this new investigation to happen. I do have a suggestion that could help you and your requests, or if you mention some additional information for your application and when you do get your day in court. This is information you might not know of. I wonder, has Ted Walter or anyone in the 9/11 Truth Movement ever told you about two major court cases from 2007 that could possibly help your cause? These two court cases were whistleblower Ketom cases that were filed against 23 NIST subcontractors for science fraud. The cases were based on False Claims Act that basically meant the U.S. government or any organization was not allowed to cite psyops on the American public. But I think Obama scrapped the act, so now the U.S. government and organizations may carry out psyops on the American people. Almost done. One of these cases went as far as being filed in the Supreme Court in 2009, but the 9/11 Truth Movement has effectively been censoring this information. So Ted, could you tell us of evidence presented in these cases that the controlled demolition and thermite theories cannot explain? Things like the lack of seismic readings for two 10-story buildings hitting the ground, the 16 survivors in Stairway B of the North Tower, the undamaged bathtub, the mostly undamaged basements, the disappearance of 90% of World Trade Center 3, 75% of World Trade Center 4, the missing insides of WTC 6, the cold fuming of the rubble pile for 100 days. There are many more anomalies. So Teddy's asking about those.
I'm not aware of those cases. I think I might have seen a flicker of them somewhere mentioned on the internet. I'm not aware of the evidence that was presented in them. I'm not clear if this is the directed energy weapon hypothesis or the nuclear hypothesis or a combination thereof. I'm I am not a scientist, but I've read a lot over the years, and I know that there's some portion of the 9/11 truth movement that is very convinced by Judy Wood's argument that there was directed energy weapons used. I have found the evidence of thermite or thermite-related devices and high explosives in the core of the buildings to be more persuasive. I think that there's actually undue attention put onto this issue of what the specific mechanisms were, when the most important thing is that it was not a natural building collapse, that it was not a structural failure. I think that the key here is that something was done, that these devices were used, some sort of technology was used to bring the buildings down. That was not the airplanes and the fires. So I think an undue amount of focus is put on that question, and it tends to cause more division and dissent and dissension and whatnot than progress by focusing on it. So that's my sense.
Thank you.
About thermite or new.
So that gives you an idea of how disingenuous this dude actually is, because obviously he's towing a specific line and narrative that isn't conducive to truth. So we've got a second video here where they were asked about the rubble pile, and you can take a quick thought experiment with regards to the question and answer here, and I think you will also be able to see through the BS/S with regards to the answer they give again.
If the buildings were brought down by explosives, there would be huge rubble piles where the towers once stood. I think we need to consider something else might have brought them down. I don't think we know what really happened on 9/11. Have you looked at the picture showing that there are basically no rubble across the entire WTC collapse?
Matt, do you want to handle that?
Yeah, I'd argue that there was a lot of dust. I was actually asked this question yesterday. I can't remember if it was in the pub or whether it was part of the talk, but there's 110 stories, of which 7 were the atrium. The mech floors had slightly more concrete on them, but you're talking the total height of concrete was probably no more than 10 meters from the whole of the building. If you actually add each 10 centimeter floor up, it is a lot of concrete, and obviously it was a huge area. But there was an awful lot of dust deposited on the site in the surrounding areas, and you see it in the videos. It's just being ejected, and you see all the dust clouds and stuff. I don't know. For me, there was a lot of steel and there was a lot of concrete and recovered. Great. I don't know if that answered the question. Ted, is there anything you want to add or correct?
I agree. I don't have to add to that.
What I didn't appreciate is that when I spoke with some of the first responders, I said, well, did you notice something missing, like a building? And they said, well, we didn't know where we were. All the landmarks are gone and everything was the same color. But we're going to go down here on the ground, right in front of Tower 1. There's an ambulance parked right outside the front door. And we're going to look from the street level. There it is. The north wall and the south wall of Tower 1. At ground level, there's an ambulance. The ambulance doesn't even look clobbered. Where are all the steel columns? This picture, I believe, is from the day of 9/11. You have some steel outer columns stabbed in the ground over there, but this is just the aluminum cladding, the decorative outside of the steel columns. The very next day, this was on the news.
Stephanopoulos is down in Lower Manhattan today. George, I don't know if you heard a little earlier me raise this question, which was actually raised by ABC's Jackie Judd as we look at these areas down below and the video of where the towers used to stand and where is all the rubble gone. And have you been able to, is there any way you can answer that question?
I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't get the question.
Okay, I apologize. Jackie Judd and several other people keep asking us, when you look at where the towers used to stand, there is surprisingly so little rubble. Where did all the rubble go?
It's a very good question, Peter, and I have asked some people who've been doing some of the rescue and recovery work this morning. If you look behind me, you can see the very remains, the skeletal remains of the World Trade Center. And one volunteer, Robert Gerlinski, explained to me the reason there's so little rubble is that all of it simply fell down into the ground and was pulverized, evaporated.
Evaporated? I don't think he meant to look as silly as he did. You have to feel sorry for the guy. He's doing the best he can. It's his job to explain to the world what's going on there, and that's the best he can do. The building's gone. And people tend to keep asking questions until they're given an answer. They don't stop and think if it makes sense. And that was the best answer he was given. What this does tell us is that there was a lack of debris. I saw this live that day, one day after 9/11, and thought, oh, cool, somebody else is asking that question that I've been wondering about. But that was the last day I heard that question asked.
So yeah, you can go through the rest of this article and the videos. So yeah, we are nearly done. Hallelujah. Now I just need to...
Yeah, just 3 more hours, guys. We're almost done.
Oh, come on, MES. You wanted a deep dive or whatever. We are doing it now, once and for all, end of story, and then people can reference this back and break it down.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm finishing off with our Ted Walter interview with Russell Brand, where I don't know where these guys actually managed to get and how they get onto these big mainstream alternative talking points. Because if Dr. Wood had a team to be able to do this, then the world will be a better place if they actually had the real truth and not this watered down disinformation. So they were talking about Building 7, and I've got a little bit of a background with regards to that, and then I made a quick mix with regards to the interview that Russell Brand had, and I think this is pretty much okay. So guys, girls, everybody who's still listening, drop it in the comment section. If you're watching the replay, also drop it in the comment section. Let us know what you think of this.
But what I suppose where I'm getting to is, if you were sat in front of someone very cynical, very skeptical, someone who's just like, listen, it's pretty plain what happened. These people, they came and trained how to fly planes, and they hijacked those planes. This is the evidence we've got, and not focusing on the sort of, well, where's that bit of evidence, and what happened to those files, and the Pentagon, and Building 7, and all of that. Like, what would you say is, look, we've got this piece. How the hell do you answer this question? Like, what are the 1, 2, or 3 hardest to argue with aspects of a 9/11 was an inside job that you can if you were sat with a real cynic, you'd think that, oh my God, they're just not going to get by this fact?
If you're trying to talk to a real cynic, there's maybe nothing that you can say. I mean, it's a deeply psychological issue. People have their agendas, and so you might not change certain people's minds. And I tend to focus on people who, reaching people who might be a little more open-minded, right? But whether it's somebody who's a little more open-minded or a cynic or what have you, I probably got into the weeds a little bit on Building 7, but it's been overcomplicated by, engineers, by the media, blah, blah. It's not complicated. This building was like, it was a controlled demolition, right? It's just, and the evidence of that is overwhelming.
We go to Andre Rousseau, applied geophysics expert, author of more than 50 published peer-reviewed papers on progressive mechanical waves in geology. What does he find? And he says that the bell-like form of the graph points to an impulsive source of energy, not percussion on the ground due to the falling of debris. He says the seismic waves are only created by brief impulses, low frequency.
Measuring things. The building falling, could it be measured on the Richter scale?
Well, there were, when it fell, it created seismic waves that were picked up. I don't remember the names of the places. I never looked into that, but Ted Walter, who I was doing this paper with, has done some, and then there's some other guys who have looked at the seismic signals that they picked up from 9/11.
Yeah. The second part of that question was, what seismic readings could we expect? Do you have?
I'm not a seismologist, so let's go on. I'm not a seismologist, so let's go on.
WTC2 just went away at the top, and then WTC1, and then you have these various quarry blasts all day. And then see down here at the bottom, that was an earthquake in the Fox Islands, which is up part of the Aleutian Islands. But look at the thing just before then. That was Building 7 going away. You can't even see it on the chart. It made a 0.6 equivalency on the Richter scale, which is like a jackhammer. And it was 6 times the mass of the Kingdom. No wave traveled through the earth. It was only surface waves. That doesn't happen in building demolitions. You always have an S wave and a P wave at building demolitions.
Scalars. In doing so, you can create, for example, either an electromagnetic explosion at a distance, or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. Or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak.
So this is the people we are working with. And I think second to last video discussing the 9/11 truther movement that has co-opted everybody into not thinking and not knowing the actual truth. The stalwarts with regards to the 9/11 truth would and will love this little mix.
Now, there are folks who somehow believe that thermite had something to do with it.
But we know, and this was already totally clear before we started investigating the dust, that both explosives and incendiaries were used in the controlled demolition of World Trade Center.
What a pile of shit.
There are many indications of the nature of the collapse that are rather stunning. There's a tremendous amount of steel girders that are thrown outwards. You can see a lot of them here in the dust and debris cloud. This concrete was turned into very fine dust, which required a tremendous amount of greater amount of explosives. And if you look at the film footage of the explosions, you find all over the place there's these little plumes of smoke breaking out called spools that are symptomatic of a controlled demolition. Most of the steel was in 30-foot segments, which made it very easy to load aboard vehicles.
Can you smell that? What is that? Sheep, is it? It's cows? No, I know what it is. It's bullshit.
In fact, the evidence shows very strongly that there were explosives used in the way the buildings came down. Measured energy released with known nanothermite. What are these tons of explosives doing in there? Unless somebody really wanted those buildings to come down. Your explanation has to fit the data. Amazed. It follows. And I'd looked now at dozens of demolitions just to see what they look like, what is the nature, is experiments on how you bring a building down symmetrically, straight down and rapidly. You knock out the core first, the core goes down, the sidewalls lean in a little bit, then the building comes down rapidly because you've knocked out the support. Well, that's exactly how Building 7 came down.
That is one big pile of shit.
We are a group of 2,200 architects and engineers, a nonprofit organization dedicated to finding out what really happened at the World Trade Center. They present the evidence for the explosive demolition. What we see, what FEMA documents, is molten iron. In fact, molten concrete as well, which takes 3,000 degrees of temperature. Where does that come from? It can only come from thermite and incendiary. So the evidence is there for thermite.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I hope you're proud of yourself, because what you've done is proved without a shadow of a doubt you are the world's dumbest son of a bitch.
That's an easy answer. You go to the companies that specialize in PSYOPs and in the development of directed energy weapons, because that is who they used.
Manipulation of events on the global level in history involves the use of a controlled opposition.
Stephen E. Jones was involved in cold fusion research. He comes onto the 9/11 research scene in 2005. How much clearer does it need to be?
No one has ever done anything like this.
That's why it's going to work. 9/11 proves the existence of free energy technology on this planet.
With 9/11, everybody around the planet can know that free energy technology exists. This is not a view. This is not an opinion.
This is not a theory. Not a theory. It is not a theory.
What will be presented is not a theory, and it is not speculation. It is evidence.
More than 40,000 images, hundreds of video clips, and a large volume of witness testimony.
500 pages of meticulous evidence.
Dr. Judy Wood's book has proven what happened.
She does not speculate. She does not theorize. She presents the evidence of what we actually see there.
It is a subject of verifiable, empirically provable, irrefutable scientific knowledge.
Remember that you can know something. Not everything is a belief. Not everything is a theory. There's stuff that you can actually know and use it to move forward.
One thing about evidence is that it's there. It's truth. The evidence is always the truth.
500 pages of meticulous evidence.
Yeah, so that is that. I nearly forgot. I forgot to put this in my notes, and this is an important aspect with regards to this gentleman that has been put into play He's a firefighter working along with the 9/11 Justice. It's a lawyers group. The lady who's asking him questions, she's unfortunately passed on, but asking him questions, a pertinent question as a firefighter and a representative of the firefighters. He's got absolutely no clue with regards to the 14 first responders, firemen, that survived in the North Tower. So have a listen to this, and keep in mind he's now involved with the thermite people, and the Gage is currently doing another fundraiser for $6,000 or whatever. That's what they do the whole time. Just fundraisers, fundraisers, fundraisers. Where the hell is the money going to? And this dude, who is a representative of the firefighters, talking about all his stuff or whatever, he's got no clue of the 14 firefighters in the North Tower. It's ludicrous, man. It's ludicrous.
So you're right now you're on the informing the public campaign, or informing your tribe campaign to get.
Yeah, the way to get through to this, it's with more time, people are more willing to look at this again as the emotions die down a little bit. And then, like with what I shared with Papa, that's where we're having, I'd say, the biggest impact, because it's the fire professionals themselves. So we need to get this seated in the fire, like the general public going to the firefighters and telling them about it doesn't have really much of an effect. But the firefighters themselves, if they're telling each other, that's a big thing. And we've had several, influencers in the fire service that are some that are asking the questions, but others that have come out, and I forget, Bobby Halton was the chief. He's dead now. He died soon after this, but he wrote a opinion, and it was something about snake oil. But he called out the federal government, and he's told firefighters, we got to start looking at this. He didn't name 9/11. He stopped short of that, but he's like, we're being lied to. And if, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, there's shame on me. And it was that kind of article. So those types of things coming to firefighters slowly, I think, is what's going to open their hearts and minds more to this.
What do you think the timeline is? People are going to die.
I've got more questions, Christina.
Okay.
This one is probably something for Erich to listen to. It's a little bit long, but it says, can you speak about the 16 survivors of World Trade Center 1, 14 inside stairwell B, and 2 nearby? They were crushed by debris or burned by thermite or death from explosions, and they all said that there was barely any rubble above them. And one of the survivors, the famous 9/11 surfer, Pasquale Bazzelli, fell from the 22nd and landed near the 7th floor, a fall of 15 floors, yet he also survived. And what are your thoughts on this and how they survived? I don't know if that is something you can answer or not.
I don't know much about those. I know Lucky Ladder 6, they survived in a stairwell also. I'd just be speculating, if I was to say how they survived. It's acts of nature and acts of God. I've seen things where nobody should have survived and they did, and other times nobody should have died and they died. So to me, it's just speculating.
Okay.
I heard this very, very loud noise above me. It was just a tremendous roar, and it was above, and it sounded like it was coming towards you, and
The person speaking is Mickey Cross, Ladder 6 firefighter and Stairwell B survivor.
And then the wind, a very, very fierce wind, and my heart, it started lifting me up off the ground. And so that's when I crouched down. The next thing I just crouched down. I got to the corner of the staircase by the railing, and I just got as small as I could possibly get. You know, because I'm not a big guy to begin with, so fortunately I'm not. So I got in and I literally, well, I guess the best way to describe it, I tried to crawl into my fire helmet. That's what I wanted to do, just to protect myself. And I wasn't sure what was going on. I thought the building might be coming down, and I figured, okay, this could be it, you know. I mean, and I was a little angry. I just, you know, so like, damn it, like, why me? Why, you know, I'm beautiful. I'm going to die in the World Trade Center on a beautiful summer morning. It's like a little denial and disbelief sets in, and so then I started getting hit with stuff. You know, it was just debris was hitting me, and it went dark. And then the next thing was just total silence, nothing, no wind, no noise, no light, nothing.
View from the northwest.
Okay, so that is the fireman that is a representative for the firefighters that doesn't actually even have a clue of what actually happened, and where his fellow firefighters, brothers and sisters, survived on 9/11. So how could he be a representative if he doesn't even have a clue of what actually happened? And that is something that is a common denominator through all of this 9/11 truthers. People with a half-assed idea being put into positions of authority. And come on people, wake up, that the people that are put into positions of authority, trying to push you into a certain narrative, just also have absolutely no clue, because they haven't done their due diligence. So we're nearly done. This is like the last 15 minutes. So last year I got really agitated, pissed off, and I threw out an article saying I'm calling out all the 9/11 truther heads. It's time to chat to Richard Gage, Ted Walter, David Chandler, AE 9/11, Gene Laratondo with his little war room, safe padded playroom type aspect. And with everybody still watching at the moment, you really can't get into their safe padded playrooms and echo chambers or whatever and just get in there and ask them difficult questions, because one, they will block you, as I've been blocked by pretty much all the so-called 9/11 truthers, be it plain guys, be it the guy, the grey-haired guy, everybody. And if you get into the war room playlist on Sundays, and you ask little old Gene in his little war room difficult questions, where Richard Gage is the whole time. This dude over here is the one of the main dudes of Boston 9/11. Barbara Honegger, she's ex-CIA, I think CIA or government connections and all of this kind of stuff, and a bunch of people who are just completely whacked. just listen to what Gene does. This is a big edit with regards to how he was playing the gatekeeper for the various Zoom calls during 2023 that I entered into and wanted to ask questions, and he was playing the gatekeeper, not wanting to ask my questions. And if I wasn't pushing him very hard and doing my Zoom comments so that everybody in the room could see my direct comments to him, because what he was doing, he was answering me privately, and I didn't fall for that because I changed my answer so that it's not between me and him, but public for everybody on the Zoom call. And that forced him to actually ask my questions. So this is what happened the first time I entered his weekly 9/11 war room conversation that's actually supposedly open to the public, but it wasn't open. But it actually isn't open to the public, because you've got to just follow their school of thought. Otherwise, you're actually not welcome. So listen to what he does when you start asking difficult questions.
So forgive me, everybody.
Gene?
Hang on one second, Barbara. I'm going to end something right now real quick. Norman, this is the war room. This is my playground. You are not going to come in here and talk to people like you do other places. You keep doing what you're doing that I see in this chat, and I'm going to keep...
And actually, I wasn't being difficult or attacking anybody. I was actually just asking a bloody question regarding to evidence. And this is the way that he changes the narrative with regards to what is being asked.
Get out of here, and you're never going to come back again. I welcome you to be part of this conversation if you're going to show respect to other people in here. Right now, my blood is boiling at seeing you. You better knock it off, man. I'm telling you right now. That's the end of it. All right. Anyways. Thank you, Josh. We'll look for that in the chat.
And Barbara was going to say something.
Go ahead, Barbara. Sorry.
I just left on the last war room. I couldn't find the chat, but I found it. Never mind.
Okay.
But at the end, if you could remind us how to copy the chat, because I don't remember.
All right. You guys aren't coming in here and doing this. I'm telling you right now in the chat, you're not doing this.
Can you block him from the chat?
Yeah, I'm going to... You guys continue to do this in the chat. You're going to be out of here real quick. No, you know what? I'm done with it. I'm not even doing it. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Remove.
Bye-bye.
And the other guy, Nick. See you, buddy. All right. Anybody else want to play like that? Go right ahead. All right. That just totally got me all riled up. Sorry.
Okay, so I've still got a challenge for all these guys to come out and open up the airwaves for a civilized discussion with regards to evidence that they're not discussing. I'm calling out Richie Gates, Ted Walter, David Chandler, Andy Steele from A911, and even Gene Laratonda. And I can say it will be me, Andrew Johnson, and MES. They can have like 10 people on their side. We can like be 2 or 3 people, and we'll just present Dr. Wood's evidence, which they can't refute. It hasn't been refuted ever since her book has come out. Here is a little bit of our to and fro on my Odyssey channel, where he took me on, which Gage has blocked me. International Center for 9/11 Justice Suppression has blocked me. Actually, they just launched, and I was most probably the third person that actually commented on their first post, and I was immediately blocked because I asked them a question that's actually based on truth and not their disinformation. So, yeah, there's enough articles with regards to all these guys' weird and wonderful tactics of just suppressing actual conversations on the truth. This is my second article with regards to Gene Laratonda's 9/11 Playroom. The first one was a bit of a rant. Well, that was very, very needed. And you'll see that there are people that are actually waking up to the convergence and the similar talking points with regards to the CV19 aspect and the 9/11 truther aspect. So please go through the participation in the 9/11 War Room, a quick update, warring on against free speech, open discourse, and the truth. So at the end of the day, what we are sitting with is a bunch of people who had an issue with the government narrative way back in 2005 to 2012 that entered into the truther movement. They were all co-opted into the thermite aspect. They never thought further than that. That was the answer to their questions. They never questioned it further. So what is premeditated ignorance? I told you guys we're going to get to this. Premeditated ignorance is the quality or condition of deliberate unawareness. It is when people do not know because they do not want to know. For if they did know, they would have to take responsibility for the knowledge, and they would thereby be required to renegotiate their identity and to relinquish the status, privilege, and authority they are derived from the false order of knowledge. And at the very least, they would be compelled to leave their comfort zone. And unfortunately, humans in general love that comfort zone. They do not want to be challenged. They do not want to think. They don't want to become uncomfortable. So in this little aspect that we have here, I ended up being in a conversation, and this was pretty much just before I was completely and utterly banned, and I asked them to try and figure out and define what a real truth seeker is. And I challenged them because they see themselves as truthers. And if you go back into the presentation today with the perception of 9/11 psychology and all of that kind of aspects, then you will see their limitations. And as soon as I challenged their limitations on the psychology of 9/11 truth, they folded, and I will then give you the feedback with regards to what happened just after I gave them a moment to think about what they deem to be the truth.
From South America, or South Africa, wrong continent. Anything with the group wrapping up?
We've got people talking about difficult conversations and all of that. And when it comes to truth, especially that video clip that was played, truth is ugly. And you do have to go through uncomfortable situations and things especially when you revisit stuff, which you think could be true. Maxwell also touched on the subject as well. Now, I've got a short little video, or not a short little video, about 10 or 12 minutes or so. I don't know if there's still time or what, if I'm allowed to share screen and maybe play that for you. It might be a little bit triggering, but as I said, as you said, we need to have some kind of uncomfortable discussions and also look at all the various narratives out there and then just see where we can work together with regards to that, because you also mentioned Dr. Wood's Q-TAN cases and all of that, but it's also very strange to see how very little of that information ever gets shared. So I would like to know whether or not I could have 10, 12 minutes to play this video.
Well, I said we were going to talk about that in April at some point, so we're going to hold off on that.
Why only in April? That's what I can't understand.
Because
have you watched my presentation with regards to your 10 points yet? Have you got any opinion on that?
Yeah, I've listened to the first 15 minutes. I'm still trying to get through the introduction that was kind of unflattering. But I do promise that I will listen to that. And I would like to have an in-depth conversation, but I would like to postpone that till later.
Trina, I've also reached out to your organization numerous times with no feedback. So
yes, we're not really interested in debating how it happened, when it happened, where it happened.
Basically, no, I don't want to debate. I want to present evidence that's not being discussed at all.
Yeah, well, that's not really our forte, and honestly, we don't have the man and woman power to cover it. So we're doing what we can just to get our events up and running and keeping things going. So we just don't have the bandwidth to get into any type of discussion like that.
It's not really a discussion. It's just presenting evidence that.
Well, what are we going to do with that evidence? Even if we looked at that evidence, I'm telling you, there's nothing we could do with it. So for us to take our time looking at it isn't really where we want to put our energy and our efforts at this time.
Okay, so 2 court cases in 2007 that was groundbreaking before most of the stuff happened is we're just not going to look at that. That's what people tend to say. And that's
I give you my word. I give you my word that I would like to talk about it.
Strange.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying that's out of my wheelhouse, and at the moment we don't have anybody to cover it, unfortunately. So it's not that what you're trying to present to us is falling on deaf ears. It's just we don't have the bandwidth to cover stuff like that. So I hope you understand.
I have the bandwidth. This is Maxwell Bridges, and I would like to get in discussion with 9/11 Revisionist. He can send me an email if he wants.
No, you can find me on all my socials. I've also discussed or tried to get a hold of Boston 9/11 Truth as well. I know one of your members there is a proponent of Dr. Wood's work and research and everything. So any chance that you guys will be willing to give me a ear so that I can present some of my evidence?
I'd have to bring that up to the group. It hasn't been on our. We have guest speakers that have been coming up, and we've sort of booked up for a while now. I'm not ruling it out. I would want to discuss it with the other people in the group, because we really like to keep their interests, and see, it may be that we could run it. I just can't give you an answer right now.
Yeah, that's fine. No, the main thing is, look, we're all on the same side. We all want accountability for what happened on 9/11. We know the government narrative is completely and utterly bull. And what happened that day and everything that was put into place after that with the Patriot Act and everything changed the whole world. And that's the crux of the matter. And I think 9/11 was basically one of the first test runs with regards to getting the global citizens into a an attack on human consciousness, where people just outsource their thinking, and that is what we saw with COVID in the last 3 years. And now people have tried and figured out, okay, fine, but we can't trust our governments. They're spinning us lies, and a lot of people are starting to revisit everything that they thought to be true, even in the alternative truth movements, because there you also find, and you can see that now with the whole virus, no virus debate and all of that kind of stuff, and the various talking points and the infighting that you've got in the COVID sphere now as well. So that's also happening, and you can pull that back towards the 9/11 narrative as well. But if people aren't willing to challenge the thought process or world views that they hold, then you aren't going to move forward. And censoring and not wanting to listen to what Dr. Wood presented in 2007 already is very worrying if you want to call yourself a truth seeker, because you are denied, and that's a problem.
Yep, I agree, and I give you my word here in front of these 10 people that I would definitely plan on having this conversation sometime in April, and I hope you could just be patient with me.
No, don't worry, I will be patient. I will be patient, and it won't. I'm not going to come attack anybody, so don't even worry about anything like that.
Excellent.
It's going to be discussing evidence that's not being discussed. And
I might add, and at Boston 9/11 Truth on our webpage, we have a tab regarding Judy Wood. It's under alternative theories, and so if you want to go look at that.
No, I've looked at it, but it's slightly dismissive and also basically attacks Dr. Wood in a way. It's not a very flattering article that was written there. It's also making her out to be a kook or something like that. So I've seen it.
That's not true. I thought Chris Berger was your
No, it's not very flattering.
Well, one of our very active members is a Judy Woods promoter. He's the one who went to with Al to the
Papa.
Jimmy Dore, with the Papa literature. So I don't think we're dismissive as a group. Some of us in the group are dismissive, I admit that. But as a group, we're not collectively dismissive of Judy Woods. And I'm kind of surprised that you thought that our inclusiveness in our website was dismissive. So I'm sorry
but
about
just not
that.
as flattering as basically just a short little bit. One can actually write a lot more about what she's actually done. People tend to forget.
Then it would be the Judy Woods website.
No, it's not Dr. Judy Wood's website. It's just
not
one
the Judy
page.
Woods website.
No, it's just a one page.
But anyway, if you want to send that 10-minute clip to Al and me, we'll take a look. But as Al said, we are booked up until April with our speakers. We can't take on any more until then. Okay, but if you want to send us the clip, we'll gladly take a look at it. That 10 to 12-minute clip that you referred to.
Well, that's very kind of you, yeah. I'll definitely send it. Where can I find your contact details? Because there isn't really a contact email on your website.
Okay, my email is Sue, S-U-E, Serpa, @gmail.com.
Why don't you put it into the chat? I put my email in there for 9/11 Revisionists as well, only I directed it directly to him.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Norm.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Who's later now, Ray?
A public that can no longer distinguish.
So yeah, that is pretty much me. The last question that I do actually have, and that was with regards to these people stating that they are truth seekers, and it just shows that they actually aren't. So people, thank you for powering through this, listening to a dumb South African. Yeah, we're from Africa. We don't know anything. We've got no idea of what, because we're third world and we haven't got tarred roads, and we ride to school on elephants, and we've got lions for pets and all that weird and wonderful stuff that most people think. And I've just got to thank you guys for powering through all of this. MES, I do need to apologize. It went a little bit longer than I expected.
No worries. It's pretty epic stuff.
Yeah, it's just for the sake of just being in depth and doing the deep dive.
Yeah, and there's getting a lot of comments saying you're not dumb, and also you have like a special ability to like not sleep. For like
but not sleep. It's like only like 3:15 a.m. South African time.
Okay, yeah. So I think you broke the record 5 hours and 11 minutes already, and the previous record was again, Conspiracy Theorist with a donation, $20, epic stuff. Thanks, and I'll put a like there. Yeah. And glad everybody showed up. Yeah, so the previous record was 3 hours and 55 minutes, and it was by you.
Dude, you are making a shitload of money. You need to start sending me some gold bars, motherfucker.
Sure, we'll send you. Guys, make sure. Oh, let's say super on the line. Oh, that's our Conspiracy Theorist's first super fan. Also donate to Nylon Revisionist. And so I'm like 5 hours in. I gotta go eat some food. I haven't eaten anything besides two tiny oranges. What are those called? Those, not the ones that you get peeled with your hand.
Narchies. In South Africa, we call them narchies.
Yeah, and so I'm basically gonna go over. I had some stuff open here. It was just for the closing remarks. It's pretty funny. So people were saying Judy Wood MES interview. So imagine this on Netflix. This is gonna be me and Judy Wood on the live stream. This is the LeBron James and Oprah one. Okay. So Netflix will have them playing us for diversity. Let's see. So this one here again, I want to shout out the guy that KV or whatever, the one that he called out Alex Jones, and I just want to close some stuff.
Man, that guy was cool.
Yeah,
I've shared that so many times.
Yeah. So when he told me to look that up, because he was on the chat, I don't know which video it was, so I looked it up on YouTube, and then I found it, but I also found another one. Alex Jones caught debating in the studio during a commercial break. This is 14 years ago. I haven't looked at it, so I'll have a look. Debating as in, I'll just leave that for the once you see the chat. So this one, I'll look at that later. That's that.
Yeah, but that conversation, that question and answer section where Alex was just trying to diminish that. Is in the 9/11 Observable Evidence series, and they made a nice little snippet with regards to there's actually 2 videos that I've cut out of that with regards to it. So anybody who wants to further the whole 9/11 narrative, go to the 9/11 Observable Evidence series. It's in total, I think, 16 hours. There's a 10-hour with 4 parts. I broke that up on my YouTube channel. There's one with the liars for 9/11 truth, and then you've got the 1-hour summary of 9/11 the essential guide. That came out and was sent to Andrew Johnson, I think 2020 or 2021. I think
2021 near the end. And that's when I started dubbing over some of the ones. I was going to do more, but I got sidetracked with a whole bunch of other content. But this was the 10-hour one is a full one, and then there's also shorter ones as well. There's a link to this one and the links, and then you can see the shorter versions where he focuses strictly on the disinfo agents. And someone was asking about alien scientists. Yeah, he's a disinfo agent as well. He's big inside this documentary 10-hour one, and you can also see this one here, parts. What is it? 21. I see. Yeah, part 20 is the trailer. Part 21 is the Liars for Truth, and then this is the 10-hour or 11-hour full one. I should probably
Yeah, alien scientist has blocked me and you because he was trying to push the whole thermite aspect or whatever. We got him into a corner where he couldn't answer anything, and usually when you are interacting with somebody with regards to 9/11 and you get them to a point where they have no answers for the evidence that you are presenting, the go-to is block.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he blocked me the first time, and then I realized he unblocked me actually, like after like a few weeks, without just trying to try to snoop on me. And then remember that disinfo agent, that Nix guy, he actually commented on his on Alien Scientist channels, and I replied to him there. And then 9/11 Revisionist just blocked me. As he's like, okay, he found out that he unblocked me. So it was weird. But anyways, I am losing my. I'm gonna go get some food, guys. All I've eaten is.
Yeah, but the Nix guy actually deleted the
I predicted that. Yeah.
video that he did about you.
Yeah, if you guys seen that hit piece that the guy did on me last time I showed, he actually deleted it, and I expected that. So that's one thing, because I understand like advertising and stuff, like talking about Judy Wood. It's very hard to have bad publicity, so that's why they just want to block her instead of actually discussing it. So that's why that disinfo agent, he actually deleted his video. And I knew he was going to delete it. So this disinfo agent.
I asked him so nicely to do one about me.
Yeah, so it's the one he deleted. Yeah, and then also, that is true. He will eventually. This is the one the guy made the whole like literally photoshopped me and everything with AI and all that. So he deleted it. But good thing you saved it. You saved it and you downloaded it and actually saved the video. So you can actually play the video right here that 9/11 Revisionist saved. So yeah, obviously the guy's gonna delete it. You have to realize he does not want like real information out like in the public consciousness. So that's why, like, I when I was brainwashed with 9/11, like I didn't even look at the evidence. I just knew. Well, I just thought, okay, planes did this, and then that's it. And then once I saw the front and back cover of Judy Wood's book, I'm like, no, this can't be real. Like that's literally the towers are gone. So that's kind of what I mean. It's like they don't want that information even there, even from a debunking standpoint. It's very.
Yeah, you were one of those dummies who wanted to go out and disprove her. And when you actually read her book, you realized you couldn't.
Yeah. Like, well, that's kind of what I do because the thing is, it's big information, and I have to make sure, like, because if she's right, I have to do a YouTube video on it, like not just YouTube, like a full series, because it's important stuff. But it's similar to like Ashton Forbes. When he talked about the plane disappearing, I have to go, like, that's pretty big information if it's real. So I had to go and see and debunk him, and that didn't take too long. So that's kind of what I mean. It's like it's how I am. If someone's showing me a video of a teleporting plane, I'm gonna have to check if it's real. And if someone shows me like a photo of towers turning to dust, I need to check if that's real. Because if it's real, it literally means you gotta quit your like day job and focus on it forever. So that's kind of
No, but Ashton is bringing in interesting stuff in, and this is something that I can't understand, because you've got all these UFO guys talking about exactly the same technology, this, that, but they can never, ever relate that and link that to what we saw on 9/11.
Yeah,
and that is very suspect.
No, 100%, because 9/11 is like, it not only shows advanced tech, but also shows governments murdering its own people. And it's irrefutable. Like, we're not relying on one piece of footage or one photo or one witness or one camera angle. We're literally taking every single thousands piece of evidence, and they all match the same thing, which is the towers turn to dust, very little heat, and so on. And very little heat, very little noise, very little seismic impact, very little rubble, and it's reinforced like thousands of times over. All right, but anyways, I am needing to leave now. I gotta go somewhere.
Yeah, dude, it was fun.
Yeah.
Sorry for it being so long. My apologies, but in Africa we don't have working clocks.
Yeah, no worries. It's Africa. Well, because the thing is, you have to use the best of your time when the power is on before it goes off. Anyways, guys, Rory Motion. Yeah. 15 years of rolling blackouts. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. All right, I'm gonna just say, everyone, thanks for joining. And I'll put a last link to your, I think I had the, right here, for your donations, guys. And also donate to his PayPal, subscribe to Substack, and so on.
Yeah.
So
Buy me some coffee and gold bars, please.
Send him some gold bars. Yeah, a gold bar costs, I think, 4 houses in South Africa. All right, guys. All right, have a good one, guys. Thanks for joining. Have a great weekend. And I'm gonna end this.
MES.
I'm gonna end this in 3, 2, 1, and end stream.
Go.
All right, ending. All right, so the stream is done, and